Chapter 8:26. Jickwell's adjutant was waiting for David at the door. When he saw David, he immediately greeted him. "Honorable Duke Arthur, Grand Marshal André is waiting for you on the second floor." David looked at the building in front of him. It was a small two-story building. Although it was located in the most prosperous business district of Planet of Origin, it was extremely inconspicuous. When he walked into the small building, there were no guests. Grand Marshal André must have booked the whole place. Grand Marshal André was the only one on the second floor. His transcendent guards were not in the building. David habitually used the shadow attendant to check the surroundings and found that the 4 transcendent guards were all outside the small building. "Duke Arthur, come and sit down." Grand Marshal André did not show off his aura as the #1 person in the military. Instead, he smiled and said, "Grand Marshal André, this place is not bad," David said with a smile as he sat down. Although the decorations were old, it was full of history. The tables and chairs were hundreds of years old. It was unusual to have such an atmosphere in such a prosperous place. "Of course, the chef here is a master chef," Grand Marshal André said. An old man in a chef's uniform came down the stairs. "Duke Arthur, this is Master Bunyan. I specially invited Master Bunyan to cook on the spot. Please try the Federation's food," Grand Marshal André introduced. David looked at Master Bunyan curiously. Master Bunyan's mental strength was very strong. It was about 5 points. This was extremely rare in the Interstellar Federation. A person with this kind of mental strength talent would definitely become an extremely powerful alchemist in the great world of God. Of course, only someone with this kind of mental strength could reach the level of a master chef. "Grand Marshal André, I dare not represent the Federation's food," Grandmaster Banfield said with a smile. He looked at David and said, "Honorable guest from afar, please give me your evaluation after tasting it. Let me know the difference between my cooking and that of the great world of God." Although Grandmaster Banfield spoke politely, he was actually extremely proud. According to the Interstellar Federation, the great world of God was an extremely barbaric world. Only the nobles could enjoy delicious food, and ordinary people could not even guarantee basic right. "I will make an objective evaluation," David said with a smile. David and Grand Marshal André didn't talk about anything. They were focused on tasting Master Ban's work. One after another, exquisite and creative dishes were cooked by the Grandmasters. Although Grand Marshal André had only tasted the dishes, he still nodded his head in praise. "Grandmaster Banfield, your dishes have surpassed the realm of color, fragrance, and taste. They have reached a new realm of mental enjoyment. However, you are still unable to fully control this new realm. The mental enjoyment contained in each dish is sometimes high and sometimes low." David put down the knife and fork in his hand and finished his meal. When Grandmaster Banfield was cooking, he didn't make any comments. That was because he didn't want to disturb Grandmaster Banfield's state of mind and cause the quality of the dishes to drop. It was rare to be able to taste the work of a Grandmaster chef. Even if the dishes were not as good as David's own, it was still a special kind of enjoyment. "Duke Arthur, as a noble, have you also learned cooking?" Grandmaster Banfield was shocked when he heard David's evaluation. One should know that David's evaluation could be said to have pointed out the difference between a cooking grandmaster and a cooking master. A grandmaster also knew his own level. Although he could make each dish reach the level of a grandmaster, he couldn't completely maintain the same level. However, this evaluation came from a duke of the great world of God. He couldn't believe it. Did the nobles of the great world of God have to learn cooking? It was said that the nobles of the great world of God had to learn a lot of knowledge from a young age. However, he had never heard of anyone learning cooking. Instead, it was said that cooking was a low-level ability that was not valued by the nobles in the great world of God. "Can I borrow your utensils? I would like to cook a dish for Grand Marshal André," Consider it as returning the favor of Grand Marshal Andre for this meal. I don't have time to treat you back. David stood up and said with a smile. Please. Grandmaster Banfield said as he stepped aside. Grand Marshal Andre was really curious. A powerful knight who could fight head-on with a level 5 Zerg was cooking here. Moreover, he was cooking in front of a Grandmaster chef. David casually made a soup. He used the Interstellar Federation's unique golden melon without adding any other ingredient. When he was cooking, he specially made 3 servings and brought one for Grandmaster Banfield. This was also considered as a reminder to Grandmaster Banfield. Level 5 spirit and the ability of a Grandmaster chef were far beyond the standard of a normal Grandmaster chef. David's cooking ability was extremely famous among the nobles of the great world of God. However, this fame was not due to his combat ability. Therefore, it did not spread to the Interstellar Federation. Please enjoy, David said with a smile as he placed the golden melon soup in front of Grand Marshal Andre and Grand Master Ban. He also brought his share of the golden melon soup back to his seat and began to taste it. Different from the previous taste, Grand Marshal Andre used a spoon to taste a bit of the golden melon soup. After that, he didn't care if there was still room in his stomach. He quickly ate the golden melon soup. As for Grandmaster Banfield, after a mouthful of the golden melon soup entered his mouth, his eyes first became dazed, then shocked and finally moved. Grandmaster Banfield put down his spoon and bowed respectfully to David. Duke Arthur, thank you for guiding me on the path of cooking. Only Grandmaster Banfield, who was also a Grandmaster chef, understood the level of this simple golden melon soup. It was a level that Grandmaster Banfield had never imagined. It was a level that had never appeared in the history of cooking. Most importantly, when David was cooking, he used the Interstellar Federation's unique ingredients. This showed the height of cooking. Grand Marshal Andre, I won't disturb you. I also need a quiet environment to think, Grandmaster Banfield said to Grand Marshal Andre. After that, Grandmaster Banfield carried the unfinished golden melon soup downstairs. Looking at how carefully he was carrying it, it was as if he was carrying a peerless treasure. It wasn't that Grandmaster Banfield didn't want to finish the golden melon soup, but he didn't want to. He needed to find a place to study and comprehend in peace. Grand Marshal Andre exclaimed, Duke Arthur, it's hard to believe that you have surpassed the level of a Grandmaster chef in cooking. A genius like you should really stay in the Federation. Grand Marshal Andre thought of the flag prize that Duke Arthur had won in the Federation a year ago. That was the highest award in the field of research. If Duke Arthur hadn't left the Federation, he might have brought more research results to the Federation in the past year. David smiled modestly and said, I'm just a little greedy, so I spent some time practicing. Grand Marshal Andre shook his head and smiled. He didn't believe that Duke Arthur could reach this level with just a little practice. If that was the case, then Grandmaster Banfield's lifetime of hard work was nothing. Duke Arthur, when are you going to leave the planet of origin and return to the great world of God? Grand Marshal Andre asked, changing the subject. I'm leaving in the afternoon. Does Grand Marshal Andre want me to leave early? David replied in a joking tone. Yes, I'm worried that if you stay here any longer, there will be more chaos in the Federation. Grand Marshal Andre also added in a joking tone. David's eyes moved. Grand Marshal Andre used the word more. It seemed that Grand Marshal Andre suspected that what happened to President Barnard had something to do with him. This was normal. Almost all of the Federation's higher-ups knew about the conflict between him and President Barnard. If something happened to President Barnard, he would naturally be the first to be suspected. Grand Marshal Andre, if I really wanted to create chaos, then it would end with the death of my enemy, David said with a smile. That's why I hope you leave early. I can guarantee that President Barnard's proposal for your agreement will not be passed. Grand Marshal Andre made a clear guarantee. Grand Marshal Andre also understood the meaning of David's words. David was behind President Barnard's incident, but David was just teaching him a small lesson and did not really kill him. Marshal Andre believed this. Duke Arthur had grown up in the great world of gods, and he had spent almost all of his time in the great world of God. 2 of the level 5 Temple Knights had died at the hands of Duke Arthur. This time, President Barnard was not killed, and it was really thanks to Duke Arthur's mercy. In fact, if David was not a member of the Interstellar Federation, he would have used the simplest and most violent way to solve the problem. It was precisely because David considered the peace of the 2 worlds and did not want to cause friction between the 2 worlds because of his own reasons that he did not kill. "Thank you," David also said with a smile. "Duke Arthur, you grew up in the Federation. Although you have the noble blood of the great world of God flowing in your body, I still hope you can remember that the Federation is your hometown," Grand Marshal Andre said sincerely. "I have always regarded the Federation as my hometown. I will work hard to use my influence to maintain the peace between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation forever," David solemnly stated. Grand Marshal Andre smiled. This was what he wanted. He got a clear response from Duke Arthur, the great world of God's parliamentarian. At least the federal military would have one more bridge for direct communication between the great world of God and the federal military. "It's Duke Arthur, it must be him." In the presidential office of the presidential palace, President Barnard shouted angrily. His face had returned to its original state at this time, but his anger had not diminished at all because on the light screen in the middle of the president's office, the most embarrassing part of his life was constantly being played. After a period of sobriety, President Barnard finally figured it out. Although he couldn't remember some of the things that happened last night, he knew very well that he wouldn't drink red wine until he was dead drunk when he was in a bad mood. The most important thing was that Drummond's staff did not drink. He usually did not touch a drop of alcohol, so how could he get drunk? After a simple deduction, the only possibility was that someone did it to him. There was no need to think too much about the people on Planet of Origin who had the ability and the reason to do so. "I heard that Duke Arthur is leaving today. The 4 of you, help me kill him." President Barnard ordered the 4 transcendent officials who had followed him for many years with a ferocious expression. The 4 transcendent officials were taken aback. Then the 4 of them looked at each other and communicated in a special way. "President Barnard, thank you for your service for so many years. This time, we have to disobey your order. We have no face to stay here anymore. We will leave now," a transcendent official said in a deep voice. Then the 4 transcendent officials turned around and left the president's office together. The reason for their departure was not just that President Barnard wanted them to die. Yes, he wanted them to kill Duke Arthur. That was the same as sending them to their deaths. Who was Duke Arthur? According to the news from Warstar, this was a super powerhouse who could fight head-on with a level 5 insectoid. Let alone the 4 transcendent officials, even if the military sent a smaller fleet, they would not be able to pose a threat to Duke Arthur. President Barnard was in a bad mood here. His anger had affected his mind, and the great humiliation had blinded his wisdom. Many of his subordinates who came to report were scolded and left. Therefore, President Barnard did not know the latest movements in the government. Because of what President Barnard had done, many forces in the government believed that he could not continue to take office as president and were preparing for impeachment proceedings. A meeting had caused President Barnard to have conflicts with almost all the ministers. It was very difficult for a president to work without the support of the ministers. In addition, President Barnard had just taken over the presidency and had a disagreement with Grand Marshal Andre, so President Barnard lost the support of the military. This seemed to be just President Barnard's personal farce, but it destroyed President Barnard's political future. Perhaps David did not know that his mischievous actions could have such an effect. Now, among the presidential palace and the upper echelons of the government, there were rumors about President Barnard's special hobbies and the unspeakable secrets between him and Drummond's aides. There had never been a president whose private life was as rich and exciting as President Barnard's. Coupled with the large-scale media coverage, the Federation people knew about President Barnard's scandal, causing President Barnard's public opinion to drop to the extreme in a short time. President Barnard, who was sitting in the president's office, looked at this huge and imposing office in a daze. At this time, he felt that this office was very strange, as if he was not the owner of this place. David took Captain Norbert and the 12th Knight, boarded the starship, and left planet Origin in the afternoon. After receiving the news of David's departure, the military's Grand Marshal André, General Francis, the government officials, and the Transcendent of planet Origin all breathed a long sigh of relief. They had never hoped for an envoy from the great world of God to leave as soon as possible. In the past, when an envoy from the great world of God arrived, they would warmly welcome him and try their best to get along well with him. But this time, Duke Arthur's visit only included attending the inauguration ceremony, an inauguration reception, a meeting with President Barnard at the reception, and an informal meeting with Grand Marshal André. Such few diplomatic actions were extremely rare. Chapter 8:27. David had left alone this time, as Ambassador Cammon still had work to do on the planet of Origin. Sitting in the main cabin of the galactic flying ship, David leisurely teased the umber-winged dragon. His return this time had delayed his cultivation, but it was not without benefits. With Baron Devold and the intelligence organization under his command, he now had a way to understand the Interstellar Federation. This time, David had also made some arrangements regarding the Interstellar Federation, strengthening his relationship with Grand Marshal André so that his businesses would not be affected by his long absence. Of course, there was also the Shadow Pterosaur. During this period of time, whenever he had time, he would train the Shadow Pterosaur. Under the effect of a large amount of Level 3 strengthened meat and bloodline power, the Shadow Pterosaur's growth was very fast. At this time, the umber-winged dragon was already the size of a small horse, so it looked a little strange for it to stand on David's shoulder. David looked at the umber-winged dragon with gratification. He was not far from riding the umber-winged dragon and becoming a true Sky Knight. "Captain Norbert, where are we now?" David asked through the communication array inside the galactic flying ship. "Reporting to Your Excellency, we're almost at the range of the Warstar. According to Your Excellency, we won't enter the Warstar and will directly return to the great world of God," Captain Norbert replied. When David asked this question, he already had an idea of the route. The Shadow Attendant flew out of the galactic flying ship, but Warstar could not be seen. He could only vaguely make out the massive fleet. This was the line of defense against the insectoids invading the Federation through spatial wormholes. "Your Excellency, we're about to pass through the line of defense," Captain Norbert reported. The moment the galactic flying ship approached the fleet, 2 guide ships approached and escorted the galactic flying ship past the line of defense. Although the great world of God had powerful night soldiers, the great world of God was far inferior to the Interstellar Federation in terms of the size of their army, especially their control of space. There was no end in sight, as if there was an endless fleet of battleships. Everyone on the galactic flying ship was greatly affected. No matter how many times they had seen it, they could not calmly face such a massive fleet. In history, it was a fleet like this that had caused the great world of God's Level 5 Temple Knight to forever remain in space. When the galactic flying ship passed the fleet's line of defense and entered the fleet, David sensed spatial energy gathering in front of the galactic flying ship. David was not the only one who sensed it. The Federal fleet behind them also sensed it. Originally, according to the combat mechanism of the Federation's fleet, they should have mobilized a portion of the fleet to charge their main cannons and wait for the wormhole to form before attacking the insectoids head-on. However, there was a diplomatic galactic flying ship in front of them. This caused the commander of the fleet to not know how to deal with it. The commander immediately reported it and waited for a response from his superiors. The commander did not dare to attack the galactic flying ship together with the galactic flying ship. If the galactic flying ship was destroyed, the consequences would be dire. On the Warstar not far from here, there was a large number of night soldiers. If the galactic flying ship was destroyed by the Federation, it was very likely that these night soldiers would clash with the Federation's army. While the commander was still waiting, the galactic flying ship's hatch opened on the screen in front of him, and a figure appeared in space. David instantly finished preparing his armor. This was space, and he did not dare to be careless in front of an unknown insectoid. Level 5 Knight Armor and Level 5 Light Longsword. This was already the best equipment for a knight in the great world of God. With his current fame in the great world of God, he did not have to worry about wearing this kind of equipment. David used his authority to open the hatch and appeared in space. He stood where the spatial energy was gathering. Captain Norbert also understood what was about to happen and loudly ordered, "Activate the strongest defense." A barrier formed by energy appeared on the galactic flying ship. The galactic flying ship did not move. On one hand, Captain Norbert believed in David's strength, and on the other hand, it was not wise to leave the protection of a strong person in a place like this. Who knew where the other spatial insectoids would open up? Perhaps the galactic flying ship would randomly move and appear in front of another spatial insectoid. In fact, this route was very safe, and the chances of a wormhole appearing were very low. This was the route provided by the Interstellar Federation, and it was calculated based on the data of all the spatial insectoids in the past. However, no matter how safe the route was, there would still be times of danger. It could only be said that the galactic flying ship was unlucky. Stop all attacks. The safety of the great world of God's galactic flying ship is our top priority. The commander received an order from his superiors. Seeing this order, the commander hesitated. He did not understand why his superiors would give such an order. Was it just because of that knight standing in space? It had to be known that if the fleet could attack as soon as possible, it would greatly reduce the damage the insectoids would do to the fleet. If the insectoids that came out of the wormhole were to enter the fleet, it would cause great damage to the fleet. His superiors did not say too much about the order, but as the commander on the front lines, how could he not understand that his superiors were handing the battle over to the galactic flying ship, or rather, to the knight wearing rank 5 equipment? "It's Duke Arthur!" a staff officer next to the commander cried out. "You know this knight?" The commander had been on the front lines recently, and he was under a lot of pressure. He did not have the time to care about anything else, so he did not know about the news from the Federation. "This is Duke Arthur. According to the news from Warstar, this person can directly face off against a rank 5 insectoid." The staff officer replied. "That must be a mistake. A rank 5 Temple Knight is not allowed to enter our territory." The commander did not believe the staff officer. "Duke Arthur is only a rank 4 Sky Knight," the staff officer explained. The commander did not say anything else, because the screen was showing the formation of the spatial insectoids. David watched as spatial energy gathered in front of him. It started from a single point and quickly expanded. The white spatial energy formed a circle, revealing the unknown pitch-black space within. Then, ripples of energy appeared from the white spatial energy circle, covering the darkness. This was a giant wormhole with a diameter of 10 meters. It was considered a medium-large wormhole. "All fleets, activate your gas shields. It's the poisonous fanged ants." The commander had discovered the insectoids before David did, and he loudly ordered. This was not because the commander's senses were more sensitive than David's, but because the fleet had detection devices that could detect all kinds of insectoids. As long as a trace of their aura leaked out, the detection devices would discover them. This was especially true for the extremely dangerous insectoid. Once they appeared, they would have to deal with them with all their strength. Is there a way to contact Duke Arthur? We have to tell him what kind of insectoids he's about to face, the commander anxiously said. We can't contact Duke Arthur directly. We can only contact the galactic flying ship, but I'm afraid it's too late. The officer in charge of communication replied. A poisonous fanged giant ant squeezed out of the wormhole. Even though the wormhole was 10 meters in diameter, it was still a bit small for this poisonous fanged giant ant. As soon as the poisonous fanged giant ant came out of the spatial insectoid, it stared at David. It instinctively sensed the dangerous aura coming from David. David's rank 5 equipment gave the poisonous fanged giant ant a great sense of threat. However, what was more dangerous than the rank 5 equipment was David's aura. It was so powerful that it made the poisonous fanged giant ant a bit scared. It also had the aura of many poison-related abilities that it was very familiar with. After a moment of confirmation, the poisonous fanged giant ant had a strange look in its eyes. It was sure that the knight in front of it had the same ability as it. It was the aura of the poison engraving pattern. Then the poisonous fanged giant ant was enraged. How could its racial talent appear on a knight? It had to kill this knight. The fanged poisonous giant ant reacted in an instant. It charged towards David, and a green mist spread out from its body. In space, the poisonous fanged giant ant was like a legendary demon. Its body was surrounded by green mist, making it even more sinister and terrifying. David was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a poisonous fanged giant ant. He still remembered the last time he encountered a poisonous fanged giant ant. He was being chased by one. The terrifying poisonous fanged giant ant was almost invincible as it broke through the Federation's defense line and rushed to Baron Dubois' castle. In the end, it was killed by the powerful Baron Dubois. David still remembered that battle. To a certain extent, the battle between Baron Dubois and the poisonous fanged giant ant had influenced David's decision to grow. It was because he saw the power of a rank 4 Sky Knight like Baron Dubois that David had the idea of becoming a rank 4 Sky Knight. When David obtained the power of the bloodline of the great world of God, he chose to leave the Interstellar Federation without any hesitation. He went to the great world of God to find a way to become stronger, and all of this was related to the poisonous fanged giant ant. I'll let you die with dignity, David muttered to himself. He decided to give the poisonous fanged giant ant the respect it deserved in his own way. David activated the special strength-boosting device on his body and activated the Titan's strength innate ability. A terrifying power was squeezed out of his body. This was his strongest state after becoming a rank 4 Sky Knight. If not for his constitution reaching the level of a rank 5 Temple Knight, an ordinary rank 4 Sky Knight's body might have directly collapsed under the boost of so much power. The terrifying power made the rank 5 light longsword in David's hand sway slightly, flashing a faint golden light that carried an indescribable pressure. Activating the barbaric charge innate ability, David's figure flashed, and he directly collided with the poisonous fanged giant ant. On one side was the fanged poisonous giant ant, which was over 10 meters tall, and on the other side was the knight, who was only 2 meters tall. There was no comparison between their sizes, but David's aura suppressed the fanged poisonous giant ant. David didn't use any other special abilities. His goal was to strengthen his body, and he truly displayed the pure power of a knight. Using the master-level knight inheritance sword art, he collided with the poisonous fanged giant ant. Of course, this collision was just the feeling of a bystander. The real situation was that David used the master-level knight inheritance sword art to cut open the poisonous fanged giant ant's chest first, and then his body slightly moved, dodging the poisonous fanged giant ant's attack. David ignored the poisonous fanged giant ant's poison. To be honest, it was impossible for the poisonous fanged giant ant's rank 4 poison to hurt David. The plague pattern in David's soul kept flashing as it absorbed all the poison around him. Instead of saying that the poisonous fanged giant ant's rank 4 poison was an attack, it was more like it was replenishing the plague pattern's energy. The poisonous fanged giant ant's poison pattern was a rank 4 talent, and the plague pattern was a rank 5 talent, so it naturally suppressed the poisonous fanged giant ant's talent. The poisonous fanged giant ant felt pain in its chest. It felt like its enemy was a nail, and it was a piece of rotten wood. No matter how big it was, it couldn't block a nail. After David cut open the poisonous fanged giant ant's chest, he didn't stop moving forward. The effect of the reckless charge was still there. He forced his way into the poisonous fanged giant ant's chest, broke through its muscles, heart, and bones, and came out from its back. The poisonous fanged giant ant's body stopped moving. Even with the powerful life force of the insectoids, it couldn't continue moving with its heart damaged. The poisonous fanged giant ant took one last look at its enemy, the powerful knight that it was afraid of. Its eyes were full of confusion and confusion. Unfortunately, no one knew what the poisonous fanged giant ant was thinking. The shadow attendant absorbed the soul of the poisonous fanged giant ant before it lost its last bit of life force. David put the poisonous fanged giant ant's body into the portal pendant. The body was still intact, and it could be used as a display in the castle. After David killed the poisonous fanged giant ant, another group of about 20 rank 3 insectoids, the broken beetles, appeared from the wormhole. The battle between David and the poisonous fanged giant ant ended too quickly. In just a breath's time, the poisonous fanged giant ant was killed, and the broken beetles that came after it weren't prepared at all. David charged into the group of 20 rank 3 arachnids. The rank 5 light longsword in his hand was so fast that it formed a faint golden shadow on the battlefield. After the faint golden glow disappeared, the 20 rank 3 insectoids were all dead. Their heads were all pierced by the sword, and there was no need for a second strike. David gently waved the rank 5 light sword and shook off the dirty blood on it. Chapter 8:28. Because the battle ended too quickly, there was only a space zerg in front of David, floating alone in space. He looked at the space bug and had the urge to see what was on the other side. The insectoid world was the most mysterious world. No one knew what the insectoid world was like because none of the humans who went there had ever returned. Of course, this was just David's thought. He wouldn't enter an unknown wormhole. At least, before he reached the level of invincibility, he wouldn't take the risk. The starry sky flying ship was very quiet. The knights and crew members were all staring blankly at the figure standing in space, that incomparably powerful figure. The Federation fleet was also silent. Although they knew that the level 4 Sky Knight of the great world of God was extremely powerful, the power in front of them was beyond their imagination. Since when did level 4 bugs become something that could be killed so easily? Not to mention, this was the poisonous fang giant ant, one of the most powerful level 4 bug. It had a special poison ability. Some of the Federation soldiers saluted the figure in space. This was their respect for the strong. Soon, more and more Federation soldiers followed suit. Soldiers worshipped the strong, especially this kind of strong person who could kill a powerful zerg all by himself. David scanned with his power of will and put away the body of the broken beetle. There was still level 3 strengthened meat in its body. This was something he needed. When the wormhole disappeared, he returned to the spaceship. David felt a little strange. After he returned to the Starry Sky Swift ship, he sensed that most of the people on the Starry Sky Swift ship had become extremely enthusiastic. However, there were a few crew members who had an inexplicable emotion mixed within. He even felt that a few of the crew members seemed to have some malice towards him. Of course, this malice wasn't to deal with him. These crew members were just slightly stronger than normal people. They were no different from ants in front of him. David didn't know what these crew members were thinking. He just paid more attention to them. The rest of the journey was very smooth. When they passed by the battle star, David saw the red battle star through the porthole. He used the communication circle to explain to Baron Devold. From the other side of the war star, the interstellar airship entered the great world of deities. The crew members who had been away from the great world of deities for many days all had smiles on their faces. Only a few crew members were becoming more and more emotionally unstable. When they arrived at the Guardian planet, Nelson appeared to welcome David. This time, the two didn't talk much. Nelson had a Guardian mission, and David wanted to return as soon as possible. The two of them agreed to meet again after Nelson finished his duty as a 5th-rank Temple Knight. Half a day after the spaceship left the Guardian planet, David sensed that one of the crew members he was paying attention to had placed a top-grade krypton crystal in an alchemy array in the cabin. As a Grandmaster alchemist, David could tell at a glance that the array was a positioning array. Moreover, this positioning array was very special. It didn't need bloodline power or mind power to activate. Instead, it stored energy for several activations. Once a top-grade krypton crystal was placed in it, the positioning array would automatically activate. Killing intent flashed in David's eyes, but he still restrained it. This crew member must have been ordered to activate the positioning array. Killing this crew member wouldn't help at all. It would only alert the enemy. Although top-grade krypton crystals weren't very precious to nobles, they were something that ordinary people couldn't come into contact with. David had absolute strength, so he wasn't worried about any trap. He just wanted to figure out who wanted to deal with him. He originally thought that after killing a 5th-rank Temple Knight and the great noble behind him twice, the other nobles wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him. But he guessed wrong. Thus, David prepared to start another massacre. He believed that as long as he killed a few more times, all the nobles would be frightened and no one would dare to target him. The positioning array kept transmitting the signal, and the starry sky flying ship was still flying. Apart from the few crew members, no one knew that danger was approaching. The shadow attendant was on the spaceship, using the eagle eye to observe the distance. A day later, David, who was lying in the bedroom of the starship, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. The shadow attendant saw a spaceship several hundred kilometers away. If not for the shadow attendant's eagle eye, he wouldn't have been able to discover the spaceship so far away. What surprised David wasn't the spaceship, but the 6 people flying out of the spaceship. These were 6 Temple Knights of the 5th rank, and the number of Temple Knights of the 5th rank just happened to form the most powerful battle formation with the lowest number of people. The 6 5th-rank knights appeared with their main bodies. They probably thought that with 6 5th-rank knights acting together, their safety would be guaranteed. Naturally, they only sent their energy avatars because they didn't have the confidence to kill Duke Arthur. The 6 Temple Knights of the 5th rank were all wearing armor of the 5th rank, and their visors were pulled down to hide their faces. This made it impossible for David to determine which force these 5th-rank Temple Knights belonged to, but he was certain that they belonged to some top-notch noble force. Apart from the top noble forces, the rest of the greater noble forces simply couldn't gather 6 5th-rank knights at once. The 6 5th-rank knights had chosen the area to attack. It would take them 1.5 days to reach the Guardian planet, and 1.5 days to reach the nearest planet, Tula Star. This almost cut off David's possibility of escape. 1.5 days of flight was the spaceship's maximum speed. With the ability of a 4th-rank Sky Knight, this time would be many times longer. And there were 6 5th-rank knights chasing after him. If David didn't have the help of other powerhouses, he would definitely not be able to escape this attack. This was a fatal blow, and this was a land of death. David narrowed his eyes. Of course he wasn't afraid of 6 5th-rank knights, as he himself had 6 5th-rank knights. But the problem was that he wouldn't be able to defeat 6 5th-rank knights, and would instead expose his own trump card. It was even possible that David would have to pay a considerable price, because 2 of his 6 5th-rank knights didn't have energy doppelgangers, adding to the fact that the resurrected 5th-rank knights would lose a part of their fighting strength. In a one-on-one battle, there would still be a gap between them and a slightly stronger 5th-rank knight. David didn't believe that a 5th-rank knight dispatched by a top noble would be weak. In the great world of God, knights could be divided into 2 categories: ordinary knights and top-notch knight. Ordinary knights were not only lacking in cultivation resources, but also in knights' inheritance. On the other hand, top-notch knights enjoyed the best cultivation resources and had the strongest bloodline. In terms of knights' inheritance, not only did they have their own clan's knights' inheritance, they also had a large amount of top-notch knights' inheritance for reference. Therefore, top-notch knights were far superior to ordinary knights in terms of fighting strength. This was a fundamental difference. I can't fight recklessly. David made a decision. He immediately activated the innate ability of his lightning light body, and fused a bolt of lightning with his lightning pattern. With his authority over this starry sky flying ship, he opened the cabin door a little, and turned into a bolt of lightning to fly out. At this time, the 6 5th-rank knights were in the process of detouring to the front, preparing to intercept the starry sky flying ship. Because the distance was very far, no one noticed this insignificant bolt of lightning. David's target was very clear. His first choice was the starry sky flying ship, that was parked a few hundred kilometers away. David chose that starry sky flying ship because he wanted to find out the details of the 6 5th-rank knights before looking for an opportunity to kill them. "Someone is blocking the route ahead," a crew member reported to Captain Norbert. "Identify yourselves and project the symbol of the Supreme Council," Captain Norbert ordered in a deep voice. Captain Norbert was not worried. Although this area belonged to the Chaotic Lands, this starry sky flying ship belonged to the Supreme Council. Anyone who wanted to attack this starry sky flying ship would have to consider the serious consequences. Of course, this was not what Captain Norbert was most relieved about. With Duke Arthur on the starry sky flying ship, there was nothing for him to worry about. Just as Captain Norbert was thinking about this, a terrifying aura swept across the starry sky flying ship, causing his blood to almost stop flowing and his heart to turn cold. "A 5th-rank Templar Knight," Norbert exclaimed inwardly. After knowing that it was a 5th-rank knight blocking the way, Captain Norbert knew that he was not facing a simple interception. It was a premeditated attack. Of course, this attack was not targeted at him or the starry sky flying ship, because they were not qualified. The only possibility was Duke Arthur. This was an opportunity for Duke Arthur's enemies to ambush him. Captain Norbert wanted to press the SOS button, but he found that he could not even move a finger. Captain Norbert looked out of the porthole and saw 6 figures wearing 5th-rank knight armor approaching. They were actually 6th-rank knights. The 6 5th-rank knights approached the starry sky flying ship unhurriedly. They wanted to force Duke Arthur out. Strange. With Duke Arthur's rumored strength, he should have discovered us long ago. Why is he still in the starry sky flying ship? Does he really think the starry sky flying ship can protect him? A 5th-rank knight asked. "Number 3, don't let your guard down. This Duke Arthur is not simple. We need to go all out," another 5th-rank knight warned. In fact, the 6 5th-rank knights' short sentences showed that they were not that confident. Normally, they would call each other by a code name to hide their identity. When they were ambushing Duke Arthur, they still wanted to hide their identity because they were worried about Duke Arthur's revenge. This was a sign of their lack of confidence. Even though they had sent out 6 5th-rank knight at once, Duke Arthur had always been known for his strangeness. This was especially true when they heard from Warstar that Duke Arthur, as a 4th-rank Sky Knight, had fought against a 5th-rank insectoid energy clone. This made the 6 5th-rank knights even more cautious. As the 6 5th-rank knights approached, their expressions were filled with doubt. They could not sense Duke Arthur's figure on the starry sky flying ship. "Open the hatch," Number 1 5th rank knight ordered in a deep voice. Captain Norbert felt the pressure on him lessen. He did not dare to disobey the order, and could only open the hatch. The 6 5th rank knights that walked in made Captain Norbert feel strange. He had never seen a 5th rank knight fully armed without even showing his face before a battle. After all, a 5th rank knight was the most powerful existence in the great world of God. They were extremely proud and confident, and they would not hide their identity as long as they appeared. If Captain Norbert did not trust his own senses, he would not have believed that these 6 were 5th rank knights. Although Norbert's strength wasn't that great, he was very familiar with the aura of a 5th rank temple knight. There was no way he would mistake the aura of a 5th rank temple knight. "Where's Duke Arthur?" Number 1 5th rank knight looked at Captain Norbert and asked in a deep voice. "The Duke is resting in his room," Captain Norbert replied honestly. No matter how much Captain Norbert respected Duke Arthur, he could not refuse a 5th rank knight's inquiry for Duke Arthur. Besides, Duke Arthur's room was not a secret. "Lead the way," Number 1 5th rank knight ordered. Captain Norbert secretly moved his arms and legs, which were a little weak after being suppressed for so long. He then walked towards Duke Arthur's room. The 6 5th rank knights followed behind Captain Norbert, maintaining a certain distance between them. It was the knight formation. According to the intelligence, Augustus of the Dennis family was killed in an instant. It was estimated that Duke Arthur had the ability to kill a 5th rank knight in one hit. Therefore, the 6 5th rank knights were always careful. None of them wanted to be the first unlucky one to be killed. Captain Norbert came to Duke Arthur's room. He pointed at the door without saying a word. He did not dare to say anything at this time. If Duke Arthur mistakenly thought that he was trying to leak information and killed him, it would not be worth it. The 6 5th rank knights nodded to each other. Number 1 5th rank knight in the lead reached out his hand and pressed on the door. His hand did not touch the door. Instead, he hit the door with his blood power. The door instantly shattered, revealing the luxurious interior. However, no one could be seen. Chapter 829. Captain Norbert watched as the 6 level 5 knights entered the room in a defensive formation. His heart was filled with disdain and contempt for the 6 level 5 knights. They were the most powerful knights in the great world of God. How could they become a level 5 knight without the spirit of a knight? Captain Norbert didn't know the pressure of the 6 level 5 knight. Duke Arthur's battle record made them cautious. Ever since a level 5 knight obtained an energy clone, the level 5 knights seemed to value their lives even more. Level 5 knights rarely took risk. If there was a real danger, they would send out their energy clones. If it wasn't for Chancellor Abe's order, the 6 level 5 knights wouldn't have taken the risk with their true bodies. After entering the room, they didn't touch anything. Places like the wardrobe that could hide people were destroyed by controlling their bloodline power from a certain distance. "Duke Arthur is not in the room," one level 5 knight said in a deep voice. The other level 5 knights weren't surprised. If Duke Arthur was here, he wouldn't have escaped their search. "Expand the search area," one level 5 knight said. The 6 5th rank temple knights spent 10 minutes searching the entire starry sky flying ship, but of course they didn't find anything. Number 1. Did Duke Arthur discover something and leave early? Number 3, level 5 holy knight asked. "If that's the case, we're in trouble," one level 5 knight said with a frown. The level 5 knights were glad that they didn't expose their identities. Although they didn't complete the mission, at least they wouldn't be exposed and be hunted down by Duke Arthur. "What do we do with them?" 4 level 5 knight glanced at Captain Norbert and asked one level 5 knight. "They heard us. Kill them all," one level 5 knight said with a wave of his hand. When Captain Norbert heard this, he wanted to struggle, but he instantly felt his breathing become labored. Then he lost consciousness. On the starry sky flying ship, Everyone lost their ability to breathe under the pressure of the 6 Temple Knights, and died one after another. The intelligence personnel among the crew never thought that the news they released would make them the first batch of people to die. One Level 5 Knight came to the cockpit and set a direction on the starship. He then left the starship with the other Level 5 Knight. The starship turned around and flew towards an unexplored region of space. With the energy inside the starship, it was almost impossible for it to be discovered by a deity major world if it flew at full speed. In this chaotic space domain, it was common for universal flying ships to go missing. The 6 5th-rank Temple Knights looked at the starry sky flying ship in the distance. They looked at each other, their eyes full of disappointment and helplessness. The failure of this mission would definitely make Duke Arthur more vigilant. It would be difficult to find another opportunity like this. Duke Arthur would probably frantically search for the force that attacked him. The 6th Level 5 Knight had to return immediately and use all means possible to cover up the fact that they came out. The 6th Level 5 Knight returned to their starship. In order to keep it a secret, the starship didn't have an operator. It was completely automated. Mike Fay, 3 Level 5 Knights said to 1 Level 5 Knight. "Shut up." However, before he could say his name, he was yelled at by 1 Level 5 Knight, Mike Fay. "Number 3, we agreed before the mission that we shouldn't call each other by name during the mission. Have you forgotten?" Number 4, the 5th-rank Temple Knight called out. "Sorry, I thought we would be safe in our own starship," 3 Level 5 Knights said apologetically. "Duke Arthur is too strange. No one knows what special ability he has. I don't want anyone to make a mistake again," Mike Fay said with a gloomy look. When the Temple Knight number 3 of the 5th rank called out his name, he felt as if his secret had been exposed in front of Duke Arthur. This feeling made him feel a chill in his heart, and he instinctively shouted to stop him. To be honest, McPhee was a Level 5 Templar Knight with a strong sense of perception. However, he did not have a strong spirit, so he could not fully utilize his perception. Otherwise, he would have guessed that Duke Arthur was nearby and could hear the truth of their conversation. David was in the starship. He turned into a flash of lightning and hid in a room, leaving only the shadow attendant in the main cabin. He had also heard the conversation between the 6th Level 5 Knight. Upon hearing the name, Mike Fay, he began to recall the information he had regarding the top-tier nobles. Although it was just a name, there were only so many Level 5 Knight in the great world of God. David searched through his memories for information regarding this Mike Fay Knight. Mike Fay was a member of the top-tier nobles of the Baruch clan, and was the 2nd level of the Baruch clan's Temple Knight. Although the other Level 5 Knight of the Baruch clan was very powerful, he was rather old. Most likely, he would enter the death door in a few years. David thought back to the relationship he had with the Baruch clan. He discovered that he didn't have any enmity with the Baruch clan. In fact, due to the distance between the two planets, it was almost impossible for the two to come into conflict. The starship continued to travel through space. After a day and a half of travel, the 6th Level 5 Knight didn't say a single word. They didn't even rest. All of them sat in the main cabin, standing guard in the Knight's formation. David's plan to assassinate the Baruch clan had been dashed, until the starship arrived at Tula. "Everyone, let's keep in touch when we have time. We part here." The 4th level of the 5th level Knight was the first to stand up and say goodbye to the other Level 5 Knight. "Let's keep in touch." The other Level 5 Knights, aside from the Level 5 Knight Mike Fay, all stood up and said their goodbyes. The cabin door opened, and the 5 Level 5 Knights flew out at high speed. They would use all sorts of methods to conceal themselves and return to their clans. To top-tier nobles, this was an extremely simple matter. The 5th level Knight Mike Fay let out a long sigh. The Baruch clan had been helpless in this operation as well. Speaker Abe's decision was for the sake of the future of their top-tier noble clan. Although Duke Arthur's rise to power was one thing, The most important thing was that Lord Gould had used the heartwarming lotus seed soup to gather together a group of top-tier nobles and level 5 knights. This would affect the power of the top-tier nobles, with Speaker Abe at the center. The key to all of this was Duke Arthur. As long as Duke Arthur was eliminated, then the new power of Lord Gould would naturally crumble. But who would have thought that the 6 level 5 knights would have such a result? The 5th level knight Mike Fay controlled the starship to arrive at the planet-level teleportation gate. His starship didn't have any markings on it, but he had been prepared beforehand. Thus, he didn't even need to say anything. The planet-level teleportation gate opened for him. After a few seconds, the galactic flying ship appeared on another planet. David didn't hesitate. While the spatial energy was active, the shadow attendant was already standing behind the 5th level knight Mike Fay. After the teleportation ended, in the instant that the spatial energy protecting the 5th level knight Mike Fay disappeared, 6 5th level knights appeared in the spacious room. In terms of ganging up, especially on the level of a 5th level knight, there was probably no one more experienced than David. This was because no 5th level knight would be willing to enter a summoning ring and place their lives in the hands of others. It must be understood that within a summoning ring, even a 5th level knight wouldn't be able to control his or her own fate. As long as the owner of the summoning ring sealed the summoning ring, then unless the 5th level knight had the power to break through space, he or she could only be trapped within the summoning ring and die. Needless to say, gathering so many temple knights of the 5th rank in a summoning ring was an impossible task. But David was able to do it, because his 5th level knights were all his doppelgangers. The appearance of the 6 5th level knights in the room immediately made the room crowded, but this didn't affect the coordination of the 6 5th level knights. The souls of the 6 5th rank temple knights were all David's soul doppelgangers, so their coordination was much more harmonious than any kind of training, and they could achieve a truly flawless cooperation. When the 5th level knight Mike Fay was teleported, his senses were unavoidably affected. The instant the spatial energy disappeared, just as he was preparing to move his body, he sensed an abnormal aura, and at the same time, his hands and feet were fixed. Instinctively, the 5th level knight Mike Fay wanted to struggle, but 4 5th rank bloodline powers poured into his limbs. Although he had a 5th rank knight's armor to block them, in a 4-against-1 situation, the bloodline powers of the 4 5th level knights forcibly suppressed his bloodline power for a short time. When the 5th level knight Mike Fay came back to his senses, he saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. 4 unfamiliar 5th level knights were grabbing his 4 limbs, while 2 other unfamiliar 5th level knights were using 4 hands to hold a light sword of the 5th rank. Borrowing the power of the 2 5th level temple knights, they pierced his chest with the light sword of the 5th rank. A knight's armor of the 5th rank with extremely high defensive power, under the joint efforts of 2 temple knights of the 5th rank, was pierced through by the light longsword of the same 5th rank. Even the speed at which it was pierced through didn't slow down. The light sword of the 5th rank pierced through the skin of the 5th level knight Mike Fay, piercing through his muscles and into his heart. After the heart of the 5th level knight Mike Fay was pierced, his whole body's power instantly lost its source, and even the connection with the doppelgangers in his sea of consciousness was lost. So this is Duke Arthur's secret. This was the last thought in the mind of the 5th level knight Mike Fay. He was filled with regret. If he had known that Duke Arthur was hiding 6 5th level temple knights, no matter how much courage he had, he wouldn't have dared to attack Duke Arthur. David didn't appear. He just controlled the shadow attendant to absorb the soul of Mike Fay's 5th level temple knight, collect the equipment of Mike Fay's 5th level temple knight into his interspatial ring, and finally collect the corpse into his interspatial ring as well. After doing all this, the shadow attendant went to the control room of the starship. This was the most luxurious room in the starship, and also the room of the master of the starship. David borrowed the consciousness of the shadow attendant and operated the control runes for a while, gaining control of the starship. At this time, through the navigation records of the starship, he knew where he was. This was the Baruch planet, the main planet of the Baruch clan, one of the top-notch clans. All the information regarding the Baruch planet only had a single name. There was no extra introduction. Just like the main planet of the top-notch clan, unless one was invited, no one was allowed to enter, much less know what was going on inside. David shook his head. If he had known, he wouldn't have hesitated so much and just attacked on the Tura planet. Right now, he was on the main planet of the top-notch clans. This place had been under the control of the Baruch clan for countless years. Who knew how many experts there were, and how many fifth-level temple knights were in closed-door training? David didn't believe himself to be invincible. Although every time he ambushed a fifth-level temple knight, he was able to finish the battle in an instant. The main reason for this was because he was ambushing. A fifth-level temple knight wasn't prepared at all, but David's 6 fifth-level temple knights were completely prepared for battle. In particular, 2 fifth-level temple knights were using the same light longsword of the 5th rank. This required perfect coordination in terms of strength. Otherwise, the power of the sword would be cancelled out, and the power of the sword would be weakened. David didn't have the confidence to face a prepared temple knight of the 5th rank, and he could guarantee that he would be able to keep him here. It must be understood that if he didn't suppress the bloodline power of the 5th-level temple knight, as long as he gave the 5th-level temple knight a chance to catch his breath, the 5th-level temple knight's bloodline power would definitely be able to unleash a fatal blow. Or perhaps the 5th-level temple knight could use his energy clone to retract his main body, and then use the clone's incredible speed to leave this dangerous area. David, after pondering for a moment, activated the spatial energy of the transcendent stiletto, and then transformed into a streak of lightning and disappeared from the starship. When he reappeared, he was already underneath the starship. Only now did David have the time to have the shadow attendant scan the surrounding area. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw that roughly 1,000 meters away, there was an enormous castle. Looking at the flag on the castle, he knew that this was the main castle of the Baruch clan. Retracting his gaze, Linley saw that next to the starship, there was a squad of 6 earthen knights of the 3rd level who were standing there quietly, as though waiting for the starship to open. Chapter 8:30. David wasn't in a rush. He had plenty of time. Before he understood the situation on planet Baruch, he wouldn't make any move. After all, he had the absolute advantage. No one would discover him, and he could attack or retreat as he pleased. If he had the chance, David could use his absolute power to slaughter and replenish his spiritual energy. If he didn't have the chance, he could find a relatively safe place and set up a safe house. He could install an ancient mid-size teleportation gate and leave planet Baruch at any time. The starship had been parked in front of the planetary-level teleportation gate for an hour. Finally, the night squad realized that something was wrong. Steward Carroll, Lord Mike Fay's starship has returned, but he hasn't come down yet. Please come over. A knight took out a communication array and reported to Steward Carroll. This squad of knights didn't dare to disturb Mike Fay, a knight of the 5th rank. Thus, they could only invite the head steward of the Baruch clan, Steward Carroll. An alchemy carriage flew over from the Baruch castle, stopping in front of the starship. Steward Carroll got off the carriage, ignoring the knight squad. He arrived in front of the starship, took out a gold medallion, and scanned the cabin door of the starship, but found no reaction. Lord Mike Fay, Master invites you over. Steward Carroll was no longer as calm as he had been before. Carrying his last bit of hope, he spoke out. It must be understood that this starship had been prepared by Steward Carroll. He had the authority to open it, but he wasn't able to. There were 2 possibilities. The first was that Mike Fay, a knight of the 5th rank, had forcibly closed the cabin door, not wanting anyone to disturb him. The second was that the starship had been taken over by someone else, and had been forcibly modified. The first possibility was possible, but there was no way to explain it. Even if Mike Fay, a knight of the 5th rank, had been injured, he wouldn't have allowed the starship to stop in front of the planetary-level teleportation gate. This would have affected the subsequent teleportation. The second possibility was something that Steward Carroll didn't dare to imagine. If this was the case, then something had happened to Mike Fay, a knight of the 5th rank. Although Carroll didn't know what mission Mike Fay was carrying out as a 5th rank temple knight, any mission that required a 5th rank knight's main body would be extremely difficult. Butler Carlo called a few more times, but there was no response. Gritting his teeth, he pressed down on the alchemy talisman, and then the alchemy talisman lit up with light. The planetary teleportation gate, however, dimmed, and one figure after another rose into the air from the distant Baruch castle. Butler Carroll activated the alarm system, and the teleportation gate automatically closed. The knight of the Baruch clan was on high alert. An illusory figure approached from afar and arrived at the scene 5 seconds after Carlo's warning. "Greetings, Sir Lord." The knight bowed. "Master, Madam Mike Fay's Starry Sky flying ship is here, but the cabin door hasn't been opened." Butler Carroll stepped forward and explained to Lord Marcus. Lord Marcus had come in the form of an energy clone. Seeing the Starry Sky flying ship, the expression on his face quickly changed. This was because, as far as he could tell, the Starry Sky flying ship didn't have any signs of life, much less Mike Fay's terrifying aura as a 5th rank temple knight. There was no way it could have been hidden from his senses. Lord Marcus's body flashed, and he arrived at the cabin door. Exerting his strength, he forced the door open. As soon as the door opened, he charged in. 10 seconds later, he emerged from the Starry Sky flying ship. "Pass down the orders of the Lord. All knights of the Baruch Star are to be on high alert. Have Sky Knights form a patrol squad and monitor the area around the castle. We are in trouble," Lord Marcus instructed Butler Carroll in a low voice. Lord Marcus knew what mission Mike Fay's 5th rank temple knight was carrying out, and he also knew how terrifying Duke Arthur, whom Mike Fay's 5th rank temple knight was going to deal with, was. His gaze swept the surrounding area. He even had the feeling that Duke Arthur had most likely come to the Baruch Star. Even if Duke Arthur hadn't come to the Baruch Star, Lord Marcus didn't dare to be careless in the slightest, because in the future, he would have to face Duke Arthur's revenge. When Lord Marcus thought of Mike Fay's 5th rank temple knight, his distant body began to feel dizzy, and his lack of emotions intensified. Mike Fay's 5th rank temple knight was the hope of the Baruch clan. Although the Baruch clan had 2 5th rank temple knights who were capable of fighting, in reality, Lord Marcus's own situation was already very serious. Normally, he spent all of his time quietly resting. For the sake of the Baruch clan's future, the Baruch clan had spared no effort in raising Mike Fay's 5th rank temple knight to ensure the prosperity of the Baruch clan. Lord Marcus couldn't imagine what sort of trouble the Baruch clan would face once he entered the death trial. Although the Baruch clan and Speaker Abe were allies, if the Baruch clan's power wasn't enough to protect itself, then the first to bite off the Baruch clan's flesh would definitely be Speaker Abe's Lytton family. With his last hope, Lord Marcus took a communication array from Steward Carroll and entered a contact request in the communication array. As expected, there was no response. This extinguished Lord Marcus's last hope. Lord Marcus entered another contact request in the communication array. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, the communication array flashed, indicating that the contact had been connected. "Algernon Temple Knight, I am Lord Marcus." Lord Marcus forced himself to calm down as he spoke. Actually, right now, his mind was in a mess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have activated the communication array here. Of course, this was also because Lord Marcus was impatient to know the details of Mike Fay's mission as a 5th rank temple knight. "Mighty Lord Marcus, why have you contacted me?" Algernon Temple Knight asked, somewhat puzzled. He had just parted ways with Mike Fay's 5th-rank Temple Knight, and he had just returned to his clan. Lord Marcus was a veteran 5th-rank Temple Knight, and Algernon Temple Knight respected him greatly. "How's the mission going?" Lord Marcus asked. After discovering that Mike Fay's 5th-rank Temple Knight had gone missing, Lord Marcus guessed that the mission of the 6 5th-rank Temple Knights hadn't been completed. However, he wanted to get a confirmation to confirm his guess. "Didn't Mike Fay tell you?" Algernon Temple Knight asked curiously. He then replied, "We intercepted the diplomatic Starry Sky flying ship, but we didn't find Duke Arthur on the Starry Sky flying ship, so we returned." "When did Mike Fay separate from you?" Lord Marcus asked again. "We parted on Tula Star. McPhee's Starry Sky flying ship directly entered the portal, and I switched to an alchemy carriage before leaving." Algernon's 5th-rank Temple Knight was startled when he heard this question, but he still answered. "Did you see Mike Fay's Starry Sky flying ship enter the teleportation gate without stopping, or did it stop somewhere else before entering the teleportation gate?" Lord Marcus asked. The 5th-rank Templar Algernon immediately understood that something had happened. Otherwise, Lord Marcus would not have asked such a question. "Lord Marcus, I saw Mike Fay's Starry Sky flying ship enter the teleportation gate without stopping." Algernon Temple Knight replied, then asked, "What happened to Mike Fay?" "Mike Fay's Starry Sky flying ship is empty. He's gone missing," Lord Marcus replied in a low voice. Lord Marcus couldn't hide this matter. He definitely couldn't let the Baruch clan face a possible enemy alone. That legendary Duke Arthur, who could instantly kill a 5th-rank Temple Knight, was rumored to be able to do so. What Lord Marcus needed to do now was to gather all his forces and prevent Duke Arthur from taking revenge. "My God!" Algernon Temple Knight on the other side of the communication array let out a cry of surprise. Then, there was the sound of something being knocked down, and the communication array was forcefully disconnected. It seemed that Algernon Temple Knight had hurriedly broken the communication array. But Lord Marcus didn't believe that a 5th-rank Temple Knight would make such a mistake. A cold smile appeared on his face. He continued to activate the communication array. This time, he contacted another 5th-rank Temple Knight who was participating in the mission. "Lord Marcus, what can I do for you?" The voice of the 5th-rank Temple Knight, Gerald, came from the communication array. "Gerald, Temple Knight, Mike Fay has gone missing. I want to confirm when he was separated from you." Lord Marcus asked directly. "What?" Gerald's reaction was even more intense than that of Algernon's. He didn't even pretend to be scared, and he immediately cut off the communication circle. Lord Marcus continued to contact the other 5th-rank Temple Knights, but this time, none of his requests were accepted. Steward Carroll spread the news that the Baruch family has joined forces with the Jenner family, the Mather family, the Bottom family, the Milner family, and the Muir family to attack Duke Arthur. The operation has failed. He turned to Steward Carroll and said in a low voice, "Master, wouldn't this offend all of them?" Steward Carroll cautioned carefully. If Mike Fay, a 5th-rank Temple Knight, really had fallen, then the Baruch family would be in great trouble. If they offended the 5 top-tier nobles and spread the news, then the revenge of the 5 top-tier nobles would be even more difficult for the Baruch family. If we don't drag them in, do you think the Baruch family will be able to maintain this level of vigilance? Lord Marcus pointed at the numerous level 4 Sky Knights in the distant sky and the patrolling knights on the ground and asked rhetorically. "Yes, Master." Steward Carroll could hear the determination in Lord Marcus's voice and bowed. What Steward Carroll didn't know was that even now, Lord Marcus still hadn't made the most decisive decision, which was to drag Chairman Abe in as well. Lord Marcus stared blankly at the starship. In the past, Duke Arthur's terror had only been a legend. But now, he understood that Duke Arthur was even more terrifying than the legends. According to the information he had received from the 5th-rank Temple Knight Algernon, Mike Fay's 5th-rank Temple Knight had immediately separated from the other 5 Temple Knights and entered the teleportation gate on Tula without stopping. But in such a short period of time, Duke Arthur had killed Mike Fay's 5th-rank Temple Knight and then quietly escaped. This once again proved that Duke Arthur had the ability to instantly kill a 5th-rank Temple Knight. Because this time, Duke Arthur hadn't planned anything. Instead, he had counterattacked under extremely passive circumstances. David was underground. Even without using the influence, he could still hear Lord Marcus's words. This allowed him to understand who his enemies were. These were the 6 most powerful top-tier nobles. Not to mention how difficult it was to directly face a top-tier noble. Even going to one of the top-tier nobles' main territories was extremely difficult. It wasn't always possible to use this method to enter a top-tier noble's main planet. This made it so that David would need quite a bit of time to go to the other 5 top-tier nobles' main planets. But now that he knew who his enemies were, David had a target. "Steward Carroll, I'll leave the matters here to you. I need to leave for a bit," Lord Marcus said in a low voice. And then, Lord Marcus reactivated the planet-level teleportation gate and disappeared in a flash. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David was a bit stunned. This Lord Marcus had actually left the safety of planet Baruch behind and left. It must be known that although Marcus Lord had left his energy doppelganger, the energy doppelganger was still an important fighting force for a 5th-rank Temple Knight. In a battle of the same rank without the energy doppelganger, his fighting strength would be greatly reduced. David wasn't able to keep up with Lord Marcus' energy clone. He turned his gaze towards the direction of Baruch Castle. Activating his innate ability, Underground Stealth, David began to move stealthily towards Baruch Castle. Arriving at Baruch Castle, the shadow attendant on the ground entered the castle. He saw that the interior of the castle was filled with sentries every few steps. From official knights to 3rd-rank Earth Knights, they had formed into various combat squads. Dozens of these squads were patrolling the castle. This sort of defense was so tight that not even an ant would be able to sneak in. In the skies above the castle, there were over 30 Sky Knights of the 4th rank. Even further away, there were still more 4th-rank Sky Knights hurrying over. Whether in the skies or on the ground, there wasn't a single gap in the defenses. Only, this sort of defense was useless against David, who was moving stealthily underground. It wasn't able to affect the shadow attendant in the slightest. The shadow attendant was able to move freely within a kilometer of David, ignoring all walls and alchemical defenses. David first searched every single room in the castle. This was indeed the main castle of a supreme noble. Every single item here was of the rarest quality. But his goal wasn't these. He wanted to find Lord Marcus' main body. From the ground floor to the rooftop, and then from the rooftop all the way down to the 2 basement levels, David was 100% certain that even after searching every single corner of the castle, he still wasn't able to find Lord Marcus' main body. Chapter 831. David stared helplessly at the enormous Baruch castle. This was the main castle of the Baruch clan, but Lord Marcus' true body wasn't inside. How could he have known that ever since Mike Fay, a 5th-rank Temple Knight, had decided to participate in the assassination mission, the Baruch clan had been preparing for the worst. Based on David's past accomplishments, he had extremely powerful assassination abilities. But this assassination ability required him to find a target before he could use it. Thus, the Baruch clan's response was to hide Lord Marcus' true body, leaving only his energy clone within the castle. David didn't want to alert the enemy. He quietly retreated from the Baruch castle, but he didn't leave just like that. According to the Baruch clan's information, Lord Marcus' condition wasn't good. If he killed Lord Marcus' energy clone, then even if Lord Marcus' true body wouldn't immediately be damaged, he wouldn't be able to use his energy clone for a long period of time. Given the size of the Baruch clan, if Lord Marcus didn't appear for a long period of time, it would definitely affect the clan. David believed that Lord Marcus' true body wouldn't be able to hide for too long and would appear of its own accord. David's avatar, a streak of lightning underground, quickly moved back to the planet-level portal with the talent ability, underground potential. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, he scanned the area around the planetary teleportation gate. The most powerful knight stationed here was an Earth Knight of the 3rd rank, while the rest were regular knights. In total, there were roughly 60 of them. These knights were stationed near the planetary teleportation gate. Their mission was to immediately send out a warning if they discovered any danger. In such a scattered situation, even a 5th-rank temple knight wouldn't be able to capture all of these knights at once. The Baruch clan's main castle was the main castle, which was why the main castle, which was 1,000 meters away, was the safest place. In addition, the main castle was very close, and they could rush over to reinforce it at any time. After inspecting the area, David arrived at the base of the planetary teleportation gate. This was the center of the entire region, and the knights guarding the teleportation gate were all within 500 meters of it. Under the cover of the white light of the planet-level portal, a faint black pattern rose from the ground. This was the result of David activating the hypnosis innate ability, causing the hypnosis pattern to appear. An almost imperceptible wave of energy swept over the 60 knights. These knights were inexplicably affected by the energy, and their eyes became hollow. The super-level, 5 talent of the god of plague, Gladstone, had terrifying power, especially when it was used against low-level knights like David. It was truly silent. Even the level 3 and 4 knight patrolling on the ground and in the sky 1,000 meters away did not notice anything unusual. David could feel that his soul was connected to more than 60 souls. These souls had their intelligence sealed by the hypnosis pattern, and they were only left with the ability to listen to orders. With a thought, more than 60 soul doppelgangers appeared in his soul space and took control of these knights. More than 60 knights were still guarding the planet-level portal, but their way of moving had changed. They were now forming a complex knight battle formation. Even if these knights were weak, the battle formation formed by more than 60 knights was still able to exert the power of a peak level 4 knight. Of course, this peak level 4 power could only be used for a moment, and it was unrealistic to use it for a long time. This was because David had used the Grandmaster level Knight Battle Formation to set up a Knight Battle Formation that could be used for a short period of time. In a single attack, more than half of the blood power of more than 60 knights would be activated in an instant. Then, through the Knight Battle Formation, the blood power of a higher level would be gathered to carry out a powerful attack. After that, an alchemy feather pen appeared on the ground, and it began to draw a pattern on the ground of the planet-level portal. This was the pattern that David was controlling the shadow attendant to draw. This was a confinement pattern, and it was borrowing the energy of the pattern around the planet-level portal. After 10 minutes of drawing, the newly drawn pattern on the ground flashed slightly, and these patterns were hidden in the pattern on the ground. If an alchemist wasn't very familiar with alchemy patterns, they wouldn't be able to see the difference between the ground and the previous one. Lord Marcus' energy doppelganger still hadn't returned. Seeing that there was still time, David looked at the Starry Sky flying ship. The Starry Sky flying ship had been parked there, and since Lord Marcus didn't say anything, no one moved it. The Starry Sky flying ship didn't have any attacking ability, but this didn't mean that the energy inside the Starry Sky flying ship was weak. On the contrary, the Starry Sky flying ship had the most powerful energy control system. Using precious alchemy materials, the Starry Sky flying ship could burst out with super powerful energy for a short period of time. The shadow attendant flew into the Starry Sky flying ship and continuously added all kinds of patterns on the inside of the Starry Sky flying ship, changing the function of the starry sky flying ship. Lord Marcus' energy doppelganger went through the planet-level portal from the Baruch planet to the glittering star main city. This was where the Supreme Council was located, and he came here to see Speaker Abe. Great Lord Marcus, you don't have an appointment. Mr. Speaker is reviewing official document. Please wait a moment, I will prepare a drink for you. Speaker Abe's steward blocked Lord Marcus outside the office of the Speaker of the Supreme Council and bowed. Lord Marcus' visit was too sudden, and Speaker Abe was dealing with business. It wasn't good to disturb him at this time. Speaker Abe's temper wasn't good, and the steward didn't want to get on his bad side. However, Lord Marcus' status was also very high, so the steward had to be careful when dealing with him. Immediately inform Speaker Abe that I have an important matter to discuss with him, Lord Marcus said in a deep voice. Lord Marcus was still suppressing his anger. If it wasn't for Speaker Abe's prestige, he would have already barged in. The steward was also quick-witted. Hearing Lord Marcus' tone, he knew that it must be something extremely important. Please wait a moment, he said apologetically, then turned to the door of the office and lightly tapped on the alchemy array on the door. What is it? Speaker Abe's unhappy voice came from inside. Lord Marcus wants to see you, the steward reported respectfully. With a click, the door opened, and Speaker Abe appeared in the form of an energy doppelganger. Lord Marcus, what brings you here? Speaker Abe greeted Lord Marcus with a smile. Mike Fay has fallen, Lord Marcus said in a deep voice without a smile on his face. Speaker Abe's expression changed. He glanced at the steward and ordered, Steward, inform everyone that I need to have a remote meeting with the Alliance in half an hour. With that, he let Lord Marcus enter the office and closed the door behind him. The steward's gaze was solemn. The Alliance meeting could be said to be a small Supreme Council meeting. In the past, as long as a decision was passed in the Alliance meeting, it would almost certainly be passed in the Supreme Council. This was also one of the highest standards meetings in the great world of God. Suddenly convening a meeting of this level meant that the situation was extremely serious. Lord Marcus, please tell me how Mike Fay fell. Don't worry, I won't let Mike Fay's sacrifice be in vain. Speaker Abe arranged for Lord Marcus to sit on the sofa, then sat across from him and said. Lord Marcus explained how he discovered McPhee's starry sky flying ship, as well as how he contacted the 5th-rank Temple Knight Algernon and the 5th-rank Temple Knight Gerald. At this time, he needed Speaker Abe's support. He needed to borrow the power of the top nobles to tide over the family's difficulties. Of course, it was the most ideal choice. Once Speaker Ai Bay turned against him, he would spread the news about Speaker Ai Bay and the whole incident to the public. His family would not be the only one in trouble. Duke Arthur really lives up to his name. How cunning. He actually hid in advance. It seems that someone leaked the information in advance. Speaker Abe heard Lord Marcus's narration, and his expression turned ugly. In his opinion, the 6th level 5 knight ambushed him in the best ambush area. This was a sure-kill situation. Duke Arthur must have received the information in advance to be able to escape. Speaker Abe was angry about this, but he was also very curious about who leaked the information. It should be known that the top nobles in their alliance had been friends for more than a few decades. In terms of family relations, they could have been friends for more than 1,000 years. It could be said that this top nobles had common interests, and none of the members would harm their own interests. Speaker Abe, what are you planning to do? Lord Marcus asked in a low voice. Lord Marcus, you heard it just now. I will hold a meeting to discuss how to deal with this matter. Duke Arthur is an expert in assassination, but he is only one person. We, on the other hand, have the most powerful alliance in the great world of God. Speaker Abe said with a smile on his face. But in reality, Speaker Abe didn't feel comfortable. If possible, he didn't want to directly offend Duke Arthur. That would make him Duke Arthur's direct target. Before knowing Duke Arthur's true trump card, no level 5 knight would want to become Duke Arthur's assassination target. McPhee perished while carrying out a mission for the Alliance. I hope that the Alliance will be able to assist the Baruch clan, at least to ensure that the clan's interests are protected until another knight of the 5th rank appears. Lord Marcus stated his conditions. Lord Marcus, I will bring it up at the meeting and do my best to bring it to fruition. Speaker Abe thought for a moment, then nodded. Right now, he couldn't hurt his allies' feelings. No matter what, the Baruch family still had Lord Marcus, a level 5 knight. At least, before Lord Marcus went into closed-door training, they couldn't touch the Baruch family's interests. What's more, they still needed the help of the other top nobles. Even if it was just for show, they had to show that they cared for the Baruch family. Then I'll go back and prepare for the meeting. Lord Marcus didn't have any intention of staying. He couldn't possibly participate in the meeting here. Lord Marcus walked out of the meeting room, then turned to look at the building that represented the highest authority in the great world of God. This majestic building was built on the scale of shrines. Shaking his head, he flew towards the teleportation gate. After the teleportation gate staff saw Lord Marcus, they set up the teleportation gate for him. He stepped into the teleportation gate and disappeared. The planet-level teleportation gate flashed with light, and spatial energy began to gather. Then, a body formed from energy appeared. Lord Marcus's energy clone was surrounded by spatial energy. He waited for 2 seconds, allowing the spatial energy to slowly dissipate. During this time, he was still thinking about the contents of his conversation with Speaker Abe. David's current form of lightning was right below Lord Marcus's feet. This was the position he had calculated. Just as the spatial energy protecting Lord Marcus's body disappeared, the 60-plus knights simultaneously activated their bloodline power. A dazzling white bloodline power transformed into a longsword that struck towards Lord Marcus. At the same time that the 60-plus knights attacked, the runes on the ground began to flicker. Many sealing runes formed a sealing array, and the target was Lord Marcus. The starship that was parked nearby also began to surge with energy. A terrifying amount of energy was instantly gathered and shot towards Lord Marcus. You dare? Lord Marcus didn't expect his family's knights to attack him. He roared, and an energy armor formed from rank 5 bloodline power appeared on his body. This was Lord Marcus's shrewdness. He didn't believe that his family's knights would attack him for no reason. The attacks of these 60-plus knights wouldn't cause much damage to him. They must have something else up their sleeve. Sure enough, Lord Marcus, who was about to move, sensed a shackling force, and his figure couldn't help but freeze. Lord Marcus had a cold look on his face. With a wave of his hand, he dispersed the all-out attack of more than 60 knights that had gathered their bloodline power. This was under the condition that he had reserved most of his strength to deal with the remaining attacks. At this time, the energy beam shot by the starship arrived in front of him. Lord Marcus opened his palm, and a mass of rank 5 bloodline power turned into an energy shield in front of him. After the starship released this energy beam, many of the runes inside instantly broke. This was caused by mobilizing a large amount of energy that exceeded the limit. From this, it could be seen how powerful the energy beam released by the starship was. This energy beam hit Lord Marcus' open palm. If possible, Lord Marcus didn't want to resist this energy beam at all, but he was restricted by the sealing runes. Although the imprisonment pattern could be removed as long as Lord Marcus struggled, but David's design didn't give him any time to struggle. The continuous attacks were endless, like mercury flowing down the ground. The energy shield formed by the rank 5 bloodline power in Marcus' hand collided with the energy beam shot by the Starry Sky flying ship. The huge impact caused the energy shield formed by the rank 5 bloodline power to collapse, but it also blocked the energy beam. But the residual force made Lord Marcus' figure involuntarily retreat. Chapter 832. David had been waiting for this opportunity. To destroy a 5th-rank Temple Knight's energy doppelganger, the most important thing wasn't how to break through its defense, but its speed. A 5th-rank Temple Knight's energy doppelganger's survivability was even greater than that of the main body. The reason was that the energy doppelganger had an unparalleled speed advantage. The energy doppelganger had almost no mass, and was composed of 5th-rank bloodline power and spirit. Although the power produced by the 5th-rank bloodline power was not as fierce as that of the main body of a 5th-rank Temple Knight, it still reached the lowest standard of a 5th-rank Temple Knight. Even some veteran 5th-rank Temple Knight's energy doppelganger had accumulated for countless years, and the power produced by the 5th-rank bloodline power was comparable to that of an ordinary 5th-rank Temple Knight's main body. With the 5th-rank power, but without the mass of a 5th-rank Temple Knight's main body, the energy doppelganger produced by the 5th-rank bloodline power could reach extreme speed. David wanted to kill Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger, but the problem he faced was how to make it lose its speed advantage. From the beginning of the plan, David didn't want to rely on those attacks to destroy Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger. What he wanted to do was to slow down Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger. When Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger was pushed back by the Starry Sky flying ship's energy beam attack, his goal was achieved. A fully armed David appeared behind Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger, and at this time, Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger was retreating towards David. A 5th-rank knight's armor and a 5th-rank light longsword. This was almost the top equipment of the great world of God, and it had the effect of injuring 5th-rank existences. Controlling the 5th-rank light longsword with the Grandmaster Knight Inheritance swordsmanship, the light longsword in David's hand turned into a pale golden ray of light and stabbed towards the back of Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger. Before this, David had already activated the talent ability of Titan Strength and activated the special strength increasing device. The special strength talents of Strength Shock, Strength Amplification, and Strength Overlap were all used to deal with special existences like energy clones. Although the level of these abilities was very low, they were all used to deal with special existences like energy clones. This is a sure kill. Even though he felt a sharp aura behind him, Marcus Overlord still had the energy to think. The energy doppelganger was just a doppelganger of Lord Marcus. Even if it was killed, it would only be a loss of a doppelganger, although this doppelganger was extremely important to him. So when the energy doppelganger was in danger, he still had the ability to think clearly and judge the situation. Marcus Overlord understood that as long as his energy doppelganger could resist the attack from behind, he could use the speed of the energy doppelganger to escape. He was confident in the defense of his 5th-rank bloodline's energy armor. It was almost equivalent to the defense of a 5th-rank armor. David's light sword of 5th rank pierced the back of Lord Marcus' energy doppelganger. The position he chose was the core of the energy doppelganger. He wasn't an ordinary 4th-rank Sky Knight. In terms of familiarity with energy doppelganger, he wasn't any weaker than a 5th-rank Temple Knight. Even a 5th-rank Temple Knight could not have 4 energy doppelganger for research at the same time. Marcus Overlord had already discovered the attacker through his mind. Needless to say, the 4th-rank Sky Knight's aura was Duke Arthur. When Duke Arthur's 5th-rank light longsword pierced his 5th-rank bloodline's energy armor, Marcus Overlord wondered if he had misperceived Duke Arthur's rank. Because that power was definitely that of a 5th-rank Temple Knight. Although it could only be considered weak among 5th-rank Temple Knights, it had truly reached the standard of a 5th-rank Temple Knight. The 5th-rank light longsword pierced the energy armor, producing a teeth-numbing grinding sound. To be honest, Marcus Overlord's strength was beyond David's imagination. The defense of the energy armor on the surface of this veteran 5th-rank Temple Knight's energy doppelganger was beyond David's expectations. When the 5th-rank light longsword pierced through the energy armor, the impact was weakened. Marcus Overlord rejoiced inwardly. As long as it didn't pierce the core of the energy doppelganger, it would not cause any substantial damage. At most, it would only consume some of the energy doppelganger's bloodline power, but it would be enough for him to escape. At that moment, the fifth-rank light longsword released a vibrating force. This vibrating force was very strange, causing all the energy of the energy doppelganger to slightly vibrate. Fortunately, the vibrating force of the fifth-rank light longsword was extremely weak and did not have a decisive effect. The impact on the energy doppelganger was negligible. Just when Marcus Overlord thought that he had escaped, the fifth-rank light longsword, which had lost its impact, suddenly pierced forward again with the same power as before, hitting the core of the energy doppelganger. David knew that this was the effect of the power overlap innate ability he had prepared. He didn't think that this seemingly unremarkable innate ability could still have such an effect after reaching such a rank. It must be known that most of these early innate abilities had lost their effect. The main reason for this was that David was too powerful and had a new, even more powerful innate ability. For example, the extreme speed innate ability had no effect after being activated. This was because the speed innate ability given by the Battle Angel Crystal in his soul space was a higher level innate ability. In fact, this speed innate ability didn't even appear in his list of abilities, but when he used it, it would show. As for his strength-related innate abilities, it was the same. For example, the strength increase innate ability from before, because of the strength innate ability given to him by the Battle Angel Crystal in his soul space, this low-level strength increase innate ability had lost its effect. But today, the power overlap innate ability had shown a powerful effect. Just now, when the fifth-rank light longsword had lost its impact, David had been prepared to expose some of his abilities and forcibly keep Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger behind. Like glass, Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger shattered into pieces. Before the pieces even fell to the ground, they transformed into specks of starlight and disappeared. Just as Marcus Overlord's energy doppelganger shattered, in a secret location on planet Baruch, Marcus Overlord's main body spat out a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. His energy doppelganger had been destroyed along with a part of Marcus Overlord's soul. This had dealt a considerable blow to Marcus Overlord's main body's primordial soul. Sensing his current state, Marcus Overlord's eyes flashed with despair. His soul had been damaged to an extremely weak state, making it very hard for him to resist the erosion of his emotions. He had at most 3 days before he would have to enter the death gate. Unwillingness, anger, despair, hatred. All sorts of emotions flashed through his mind, but then strangely disappeared. Although Marcus Overlord wanted to maintain his emotions, even the destruction of his energy doppelganger wouldn't allow him to maintain his emotions for a long time. Marcus Overlord had known long ago that a fifth-rank Temple Knight's final fate was to become an emotionless monster, sitting in a sealed place and waiting for death. Or perhaps, waiting for the moment when he would be awakened, when he would explode with all his power and die. But he hadn't expected that all of this would happen so quickly. Originally, he had wanted to maintain his current state until a fifth-rank Temple Knight emerged from his family's fourth-rank Sky Knight, who would replace him as the protector of the family. "I'm going to kill Arthur." Marcus Overlord's emotions were constantly fluctuating, but this was the only thought that remained unchanged. At this moment, Marcus Overlord felt an energy fluctuation from the communication array in his space ring. Someone was requesting to contact him. Marcus Overlord then remembered the meeting that Speaker Abe had mentioned. His eyes couldn't help but light up. Speaker Abe's meeting was about how to deal with Duke Arthur. The reason why these fifth-rank Temple Knights felt that Duke Arthur was troublesome was because they couldn't find his whereabouts. But now, Lord Marcus knew that Duke Arthur was on the Baruch star. So long as Speaker Abe brought a number of powerful Temple Knights of the fifth rank with him, it was entirely possible for him to kill Duke Arthur on the Baruch star. Thinking of this, Marcus Overlord hurriedly took out the communication array and activated the connection. Speaker Abe was sitting in the main seat of the conference room. The projections of the overlords appeared on the seats of the conference room, just like real people. This was a special communication array used by the Alliance. It had the function of projecting one's true self to the other side. Just as the projections were greeting each other in the conference room, Marcus Overlord's projection appeared. His appearance stunned all the projections present. "Overlord Marcus, what happened to you?" Speaker Abe asked with a puzzled expression. Overlord Marcus Overlord's projection was his true self. His face was deathly pale, and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. It must be known that with Marcus Overlord's status and power, this situation was very rare. "Speaker Abe Overlords, Duke Arthur has appeared on the Baruch star. He just destroyed my energy clone. Please immediately come to the Baruch star to kill him," Marcus Overlord said in a deep voice. "Overlord Marcus, Duke Arthur is alone. Does he not have any helpers?" Speaker Abe asked. Hearing Marcus Overlord's words, especially after learning that Marcus Overlord had fought Duke Arthur, this was the best opportunity for him to understand Duke Arthur's true strength. As for going to the Baruch star to kill Duke Arthur, he wouldn't take the risk if he wasn't certain. Yes, Duke Arthur used some kind of ability to control more than 62nd and 3rd level knight. He also used the alchemy array to create an opportunity for a surprise attack and destroy the energy doppelganger behind me. Lord Marcus nodded and replied. "What is Duke Arthur's true strength?" Speaker Abe asked. "Judging from his aura, he is still a 4th rank Sky Knight, but his true strength has reached the level of a 5th rank Temple Knight." Marcus Overlord didn't want to waste time and quickly answered. "Everyone, please share your thoughts. What do you think we should do?" Speaker AI Bay said while he was still thinking. According to Marcus Overlord's words, it was almost impossible to assassinate a 5th rank knight twice with such strength. It should be known that Duke Arthur used various means to create a situation where Marcus' energy clone was trapped and destroyed. However, there was still a huge difference in strength between a 5th rank knight's energy clone and the main body. The energy clone didn't have the innate abilities of the main body, nor did it have the advantage of equipment. Apart from being slower than the energy clone, the main body was far superior in all other aspects. "Speaker Abe, I don't think we should start a feud with Duke Arthur. Let's find a middleman to mediate. Since we can't get rid of Duke Arthur, let's use some benefits to resolve the previous conflict," a lord suggested. Everyone had a large family and business, so no one was willing to risk their lives. Even if they killed Duke Arthur, the benefits couldn't compare to the risks involved. The lords here all had their own way of judging. Duke Arthur had assassinated 2 5th rank Temple Knights in a row and successfully destroyed Marcus Overlord's energy clone. Coupled with the information about the battle between Warstar and the 5th rank insectoid energy clone, it was clear that Duke Arthur had the strength to kill a 5th rank. As long as he had the strength to kill a 5th rank, it was enough for the lords present to take him seriously. They didn't want to risk their lives to fight Duke Arthur for unknown benefits. No. I think this is an opportunity. The best opportunity to kill Duke Arthur. Every single one of our clans should send a Temple Knight of the 5th rank to the Baruch star. They should be able to kill Duke Arthur on the Baruch star. This way, not only will we be able to get rid of Duke Arthur, we will also be able to cut off the source of the threat to the Alliance. The leader of the Jenner clan raised his objection. The 5th rank Temple Knight of the Jenner family, Algernon, had participated in the mission to ambush Duke Arthur. With Duke Arthur's vengeful personality, there was a high chance that he would take revenge on the Jenner family. Of course, they had to seize this opportunity and get rid of Duke Arthur to prevent future trouble. Afterwards, the Mather family, the Bottom family, the Milner family, and the Muir family all had 5th-rank temple knights who had participated in the mission to ambush David. They also agreed to take the initiative to kill Duke Arthur on Baruch's star. However, only these 5 first-rate nobles agreed. The rest of the first-rate nobles resolutely disagreed. Although the two sides were only projections in the meeting room, they continued to argue, with neither side able to convince the other. In the end, everyone looked at Chairman Abe. This plan to ambush David had been devised by Chairman Abe, and he was the leader of this alliance of first-rate nobles. Chairman Abe didn't say anything, but Overlord Marcus was disheartened. He had used his energy clone as a price to prove that Duke Arthur was on Baruch's star. But the allies here were wasting time. Even Lord Marcus didn't know how long Duke Arthur would stay on Baruch's star. Not to mention, he didn't have much time left to waste. Chapter 833. In front of the Baruch planet's interplanetary portal, Lord Marcus' energy clone had been instantly destroyed. This entire process had been witnessed by the Sky Knights of the 4th rank flying in the skies from 1,000 meters away. Instantly, alarms began to blare, and the 35 Sky Knights of the 4th rank in the skies began to converge at high speed. The 35 Sky Knights of the 4th rank knew that someone capable of destroying Lord Marcus' energy clone definitely wasn't a weakling. Thus, as they converged, they formed into the night battle formation in the skies. The Earth Knights of the 3rd rank outside Baruch Castle were a bit slower, but they still hurried over. David didn't pay any attention to the knight of the Baruch clan who was hurrying over. He arrived in front of the interplanetary portal, then swept it with his spiritual energy. The portal's light quickly dimmed. Using his Grandmaster Alchemist abilities, he forcibly shut down the interplanetary portal, severing the connection between the Baruch planet and the outside world. Of course, given the wealth of the Baruch clan definitely had more than one interplanetary portal on the Baruch planet. But David didn't believe that the Baruch clan would have placed 2 interplanetary portals very close to each other. Previously, when he had used his shadow attendant to investigate the Baruch castle, he hadn't discovered any small interplanetary portals. By shutting down the interplanetary portal, David was at least able to sever the connection between this region and the outside world. Moments later, the 35 Sky Knights of the 4th rank arrived above him, preparing to charge down. On the other side, the hundreds of Earth Knights of the 3rd rank had formed into a large-scale night battle formation, and were still roughly 600 meters away from him. David waved his hand and 4 blurs appeared. These were his 4 energy clones. At the same time, he himself soared into the skies, a pair of wings unfurling from his back. Surrounding him were 96 black spears. After revealing this form, David wasn't planning on leaving anyone alive. He needed to wipe out all living creatures here as quickly as possible. He couldn't allow his abilities to be exposed. The 96 black spears formed into the night battle formation, shooting towards the 35 Sky Knights of the 4th rank. These level 4 Sky Knights had already formed a night battle formation. An energy shield formed by bloodline power appeared in front of them, blocking the 96 black spears. "You are a follower of the evil god," a level 4 Sky Knight shouted. In the great world of God, apart from the shrine's divine arts, only the followers of the evil god could use this kind of mind control ability with great power. That was why the level 4 Sky Knight called out. This was also why David didn't want to reveal his innate ability. Even if David had the ability to kill a level 5 Temple Knight and fight against a top-notch noble, he did not dare reveal the secret of his innate mental ability. That would make him the public enemy of the great world of God. When David heard the roar of the level 4 Sky Knight, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Countless bolts of lightning appeared above his hands. These bolts of lightning danced around his hands like happy children. At this time, David activated the mutated lightning innate ability and called it out from the lightning pattern in his soul space. Perhaps the power of the mutated lightning wasn't great, But the most powerful aspect of the mutated lightning wasn't its destructive power, but its penetrative power. With a wave of David's hands, over 100 mutated lightning shot out. These mutated lightning ignored the barrier formed by the power of the bloodline and ignored the knight's rank 4 armor. Because the 35 level 4 Sky Knights were charging downwards, when the mutated lightning touched their bodies, their movements became sluggish. In an instant, the Knight battle formation was thrown into chaos. The 96 Black Spears and the 4 Energy Doppelgangers rushed into the 35 level 4 Sky Knights and began a massacre. Most of the level 4 Sky Knights affected by the mutated lightning hadn't recovered from the slight numbness before they were hit by the Energy Doppelgangers and the Black Spears. Even if some level 4 Sky Knights managed to break free from the numbness, their struggles were futile. In fact, David wanted to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, just the 4 Energy Doppelgangers would be enough to kill the 35 level 4 Sky Knight. The battle in the sky was just about to end. The several hundred level 3 Earth Knights on the ground gathered a terrifyingly powerful bloodline power and were only 300 meters away from David. David moved his mind, and a hypnosis pattern flew out. Against these knights who were much weaker than him, the hypnosis pattern was more effective. Defend! The level 3 Earth Knight in charge of the Knight battle formation yelled. He didn't know what that strange pattern was, but he knew that today's opponent was too terrifying. He needed to go all out. Hundreds of level 3 Earth Knights charged. A bloodline power shield appeared in front of the Knight battle formation and blocked the hypnosis pattern. The hypnosis pattern didn't continue to approach. It just emitted a gray light in front of the bloodline power shield, and traces of gray energy scattered in all directions. Since David's innate ability, hypnosis, was beyond level 5, the bloodline power shield gathered by the level 3 Earth Knight battle formation couldn't block its power. The scattered gray energy passed through the Knight battle formation and entered the Knight battle formation. It turned into an undetectable shadow and entered the soul of some level 3 Earth Knights. These level 3 Earth Knights affected by the hypnosis pattern suddenly stopped. The several hundred level 3 Earth Knights formed by the hypnosis pattern completely split up due to the influence of these knights. While the level 3 Earth Knights were still in a normal state and wondered what was going on, more gray energy from the hypnosis pattern continuously entered the soul of more level 3 Earth Knight. After 5 breaths, hundreds of level 3 Earth Knights controlled their warhorses to stop 100 meters away from David. They lowered their heads and performed a knight's salute, as if they were meeting their honorable master. The 35 level 4 Sky Knights in the sky were all killed. Under the joint attack of the 96 Black Spears and the 4 Energy Avatars, these level 4 Knight battle formation, without the protection of the Sky Knight battle formation, these level 4 Sky Knights were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Shadow Attendant kept absorbing the level 4 Sky Knight's soul, and then put away their space items and corpses. David hovered in midair. With a wave of his hand, the 60 level Knights who had been guarding the teleportation gate all joined the level 3 Earth Knights in the formation, forming a total of 432 Knights in the formation. Attack! David ordered in a low voice. The Knights urged their warhorses forward. The warhorses first trotted, then sped up, quickly reaching their maximum speed. Their target was Baruch's castle. David was even faster than these knights. In the blink of an eye, he and his 4 energy avatars arrived in front of the castle 1,000 meters away. Baruch's castle's defenses were fully activated. The thickness of the energy barrier alone was so thick that even a temple knight of the 5th rank would have to spend quite some time to break through it. David didn't have the time to slowly attack. He controlled the Shadow Attendant to pass through the energy barrier and enter Baruch's castle. Using a dagger of the 4th rank, he stabbed a few times at the defensive tattoo, destroying the connecting points of the tattoo. After the tattoo was destroyed, the energy barrier disappeared as well. By now, the Knight formation had arrived as well. An enormous sword of bloodline energy pierced through the gates of the castle, shattering them. The 432 Knight charged into the castle and began a slaughter. Within Baruch's castle, there were still 30+ Earth Knights, as well as a few official knights. Most of them were servants of the Baruch clan. The resistance was very weak. Under the efficient slaughter of the 432 Knight, everyone within the castle was killed in a few short minutes. David wouldn't show any mercy. Even a single servant here had been carefully trained by the Baruch clan, one of the top-notch clans. They were absolutely loyal to the Baruch clan. After completing their mission, the 432 Knights silently returned to the outside of the castle. Their gazes towards David were still filled with absolute obedience. David now had a deeper understanding of how terrifying the innate ability of hypnotism was. Right now, he was only able to easily hypnotize an Earth Knight of the 3rd rank. If a Sky Knight of the 4th rank was in a weakened state, he would most likely be able to hypnotize him as well. But in a normal state it would be somewhat difficult. He thought back to the plague god Gladstone. That fallen god was capable of hypnotizing even a knight of the 5th rank. Knights split up into small groups. Wipe out the Baruch star. David gave the order to the 432 Knight. This was the Baruch star. The most important thing was to strike at the power of the Baruch clan. The 432 Knights all bowed respectfully, then split into 72 squads of knights. Each squad had 6 knights, and they scattered in every direction. David's orders were their will. All of the living beings on the Baruch star were their enemies. They had lost their fear, their emotions, and their ability to think on their own. The only thing they had left was their battle instincts. David watched the departing knights. His heart was as calm as an ancient well. Since the Baruch clan's Mike Fay, a knight of the 5th rank, wanted to kill him, then he had to be prepared for his clan to be wiped out. He didn't have much of a foundation in the great world of God. The only thing that made the other nobles fear him was his viciousness. His desire for revenge had caused many nobles in the great world of God to tremble in fear. Right now, David's enemies were all top-tier nobles who were extremely powerful. But he still followed his own methods and killed his enemies until they were terrified. David walked into the castle. As the main castle of the Baruch clan, although the castle wasn't made of precious alchemical materials, it was still made of extremely rare stone. Most importantly of all, this castle had a long history. According to the introduction of the Baruch clan, this castle had at least 5,000 years of history. With such a long history, this castle was covered with the marks of time. As David walked into the castle, he used his 96 soul clones to dismantle everything around him. As he walked, the chairs, tables, sculptures, carpets, paintings, and even the tiles on the floor flew up into the air and were collected into his interspatial pendant. Within 1,000 meters of David, 96 invisible hands were constantly dismantling everything, then bringing them to him. He walked to the main floor of the castle, then leisurely went up to the 2nd floor and entered the castle study. As soon as he entered the study, the bookshelves, as well as the books on them, all flew up into the air and then disappeared. David's target wasn't the books that were out in the open. Although he wouldn't let them go, even the most ordinary of items here would be priceless treasures in other places. The top-tier nobles took up the majority of the resources in the great world of God, while the other nobles took up a small portion. The number of top-tier nobles, compared to the other nobles, was extremely low. This resulted in the concentration of wealth. Virtually all of the precious items were in the hands of the top-tier nobles. Perhaps the other major nobles had some, but only a small amount. They all treated them as legacy treasures. Of the works of art that David had acquired from Dennis's castle, the best were the ones that the Baruch clan had placed in inconspicuous places. After a set of bookshelves flew up into the air, a hidden wall was revealed. This wall didn't seem to be any different from the other walls, but in the eyes of a Grandmaster alchemist, this wall was covered with many runes. There were even some runes that could be used to test one's bloodline, indicating how special this place was. David chuckled. To tell the truth, the runes on this wall were of an extremely high level. If one wasn't a Grandmaster alchemist, there was no way one would be able to discover how special this wall was. Even a Grandmaster alchemist would find it hard to decipher the runes on the wall from the outside. The shadow attendant, however, directly passed through the wall and destroyed the runes from the inside. After destroying the runes, the wall flipped open, revealing an entrance. David took a deep breath. He didn't immediately walk through the entrance, because this was a short-distance teleportation gate. Earlier, when the shadow attendant had been investigating the castle, he had discovered this wall. However, when the shadow attendant entered the other side of the wall, he hadn't discovered anything. This had made him extremely curious. The design of this entrance was extremely advanced. Through the activation of the Baruch clan's bloodline, when the mechanism on the wall was activated, it would cause the runes on the short-distance teleportation gate to connect, thus activating the short-distance teleportation gate. David activated his Thunderlight body, and from the Thunderlight tattoo within his soul, he summoned a bolt of lightning to fuse with it. This was his most powerful defensive state, allowing him to be immune to the vast majority of damage. After setting up his defenses, David recalled the shadow attendant, then stepped into the short-distance teleportation gate. After a slight ripple of spatial energy, he saw that he was in an enormous sealed space made of stone. The sealed space made of stone was covered with complicated runes. These runes were used to isolate, conceal, confuse, and other effects. The purpose of this sealed space was to prevent others from discovering it. On the ground of this space, there was a set of alchemy discs. This set of discs had over 500 array bases. This was a space-isolating array, and its purpose was to forcibly create a special space, separating the internal space from the external world. David was extremely curious. What exactly was stored here that made the Baruch clan so concerned about it? Chapter 834. Due to the spatial isolation array, David couldn't see anything in the center of this space from his position. But he knew that it wasn't that there were no objects, but that it was isolated by the spatial isolation array. David walked into the spatial isolation array. Before knowing what was inside, he didn't want to destroy the spatial isolation array. He walked through the spatial isolation array, and arrived at the isolated space. Using his hand, he drew a spatial pattern in the isolated space, and a passage appeared in front of him. David took a step into the passage, and the passage behind him disappeared. He saw the object stored here. It was a strange cube. The cube emitted white light, and was supported in midair by the energy emitted from the pattern on the ground. David's first feeling was that this place was filled with spatial energy, and the source was the cube emitting white light. Is this a spatial object? He guessed, but didn't dare test it out himself. David summoned an energy doppelganger. Although this energy doppelganger belonged to a 5th-rank Temple Knight, because a 5th-rank Temple Knight was equivalent to his doppelganger, the energy doppelganger was also equivalent to his energy doppelganger. No matter how far away he was, he could sense everything that the energy doppelganger felt. David took over the control of the energy doppelganger. The energy doppelganger arrived in front of the cube emitting white light, and tried to use a finger to lightly touch the cube emitting white light. The moment his finger came into contact with the cube that was emitting white light, the energy doppelganger felt a spatial shift. When the spatial energy stabilized, the energy doppelganger was already in another space, and besides the connection with David's soul, the energy doppelganger had no other connection. It must be known that within a certain distance, there was a special connection between the energy doppelganger and the main body, which allowed the main body to call the energy doppelganger back at any time. To be able to make this connection disappear meant that the distance was extremely far, and they were very possibly not in the same world. The reason why David thought this way was because he saw the blue ripples in the sky of this space. That was the color of the edge of this space. The energy doppelganger rose into the air and began to observe this space. This space was extremely large, the size of a small continent on a planet. It was surrounded by seawater. Further out was a spatial wall surrounded by blue ripples. If this world were to be shrunk, it would be like a glass-like spatial wall filled with seawater. A small continent floated in the seawater. This is a spatial fragment. David did not know why he thought of this word. Due to the fusion of many different kinds of knowledge, he could not think of the origin of this word. David did not understand why the dimensional fragment was preserved in such a state. His dimensional pendant seemed to be made of dimensional fragments, but the world of the dimensional pendant lacked vitality. It was like a world that had been solidified. On the other hand, the space fragment was a living world. The plants on the ground relied on the faint light emitted from the blue ripples of the space wall to survive and grow. Some small herbivores relied on the plants to survive. There were also some small carnivores that fed on the herbivores, controlling the number of herbivores. David could even sense the world rules in the spatial fragment through his energy avatar. The world rules maintained the balance of the world. After observing the spatial fragment from a macroscopic perspective, the energy doppelganger began to carefully study this world. Fortunately, the energy doppelganger was fast enough to quickly observe the situation on the surface of this small continent. To David's surprise, the energy in the air was extremely dense, so dense that he couldn't help but think of Warstar. Of course, the space here was not as unstable as Warstar. On the contrary, it seemed to have been reinforced through some special method, making the space extremely stable. It was not like Warstar, where even a level 5 Temple Knight had to be careful when using energy, or else the stability of the space would be destroyed, resulting in terrifying consequences. The energy doppelganger flew over the ground and discovered many minerals. These minerals were of extremely high quality, and they were so abundant that they did not even need to be mined. They were directly exposed to the surface. However, these minerals were not mined and were simply left here. The energy doppelganger also discovered 3 kryptonite mines in 6 different locations on this small continent. Based on the quality of the kryptonite or exposed to the surface, these 3 kryptonite mines were all super-large kryptonite mines. The density of kryptonite ore and other minerals made David think of Warstar. The mineral reserves here were almost on par with Warstar's. Warstar was located in a special region. The overlapping of the 3 worlds caused the Warstar's resources to regenerate at an astonishing rate, and it was constantly producing new resources. The Warstar had been fought over by the 3 worlds for 10,000 years, but it was still being mined. This was the reason why it was still being mined. This was also why the Great World of God, the Interstellar Federation, and the Insectoid World all had the ability to destroy Warstar, but they were unwilling to do so. Without Warstar, perhaps the Great World of God would not have so many high-ranking knights, the Interstellar Federation's technology would not have advanced so quickly, and the insectoids would not have multiplied so rapidly. Of course, the most important reason was that no one knew whether or not the 3 worlds would be affected if Warstar was destroyed. The density of minerals on this small continent was about the same as Warstar's. Judging from the fact that it had not been mined, it was most likely the Baruch clan's reserve resources. This was easy to understand. Powerful, top-tier nobles, even if they relied on the resources they harvested, would still be able to sustain their clan. They didn't need to use these reserve resources. But once the clan encountered trouble, such as the loss of a 5th-level Temple Knight, the clan's rate of resource acquisition would slow down. For the sake of the clan's future, they had to replenish these resources. This was the reason for the existence of these reserve resources. At the center of this small continent, the energy doppelganger discovered 3 buildings that were arranged in a triangular formation. Perhaps it wasn't appropriate to call them buildings, because they were more like massive altars. At the center of the 3 altars was a mid-sized interspatial door. These were the only man-made structures in this entire spatial fragment. David didn't go investigate the 3 altars. His energy doppelganger wasn't suited for that. He wanted his energy doppelganger to return. But David was 100% certain that the mid-sized interspatial door in the center was the way back to the real world. As long as he could confirm this, he could enter the spatial fragment himself, making it easier for him to investigate. His energy doppelganger walked into the mid-sized interspatial door. Similarly, after a slight ripple of spatial energy, David could sense a special connection between him and his energy doppelganger. And then, his gaze locked with his energy doppelganger. The energy doppelganger returned to where it had entered the spatial fragment, which was not too far away from David. David was just about to step forward and make contact with the spatial fragment when he suddenly sensed that a group of knights had been killed, and that their soul connection had been severed. This meant that there were still experts on the Baruch planet. At the very least, they were Sky Knights of the 4th rank or even 5th rank Temple Knight. This gave David no time to investigate the spatial fragment in front of him. He decided to collect it. Only, this spatial fragment was very special. He wanted to use the interspatial pendant to collect it, but the interspatial pendant wasn't able to do so. David tried several different methods, but none of them were able to collect the spatial fragment. At most, he could use his bloodline power to separate the spatial fragment from his body, thus allowing him to lift it up. With the spatial fragment in his hands, he was unable to use his innate abilities like the Thunderlight body. David held the spatial fragment in his hands. He wanted to use the interspatial door, but he discovered that as long as he held the spatial fragment, the short-distance interspatial door would become extremely unstable. Most likely, if he tried to use the short-distance interspatial door to teleport, the short-distance interspatial door would immediately collapse. He controlled the shadow attendant to pass through the walls of the spatial fragment. The shadow attendant passed through a section of stone, and then discovered that this spatial fragment was located beneath an enormous mountain peak. David activated his underground stealth ability. Holding the spatial fragment in his hands, the stones beneath the ground automatically parted, opening a path for him. Emerging from the side of the mountain peak, he soared into the air, flying towards the place where the group of knights had died. Right at this moment, yet another group of knights had died in the same direction. Most likely, it had been done by the same person. A pair of wings appeared on David's back, causing his speed to suddenly increase dramatically. After the third group of knights had been killed, he mentally calculated the positions of the 3 groups of knights. He discovered that the person who had killed the group of knights was currently heading towards Baruch's castle at high speed. The 3 groups of knights were all in the same direction as Baruch's castle. That person had casually killed the 3 groups of knights while heading towards Baruch's castle. After coming to this conclusion, David immediately turned and flew towards Baruch's castle. David wasn't too far from Baruch's castle. When he flew out of the mountain peak, the shadow attendant activated the eagle's eye ability and was able to see Baruch's castle from afar. Returning to Baruch's castle, according to his calculations, that person should arrive in 2 minutes or so. On the other side, Lord Marcus was flying at full speed. He only had 3 days left before he had to go into death closed door training and become the trump card of his clan. Originally, given the current state of Lord Marcus' body, it would be best for him to quickly select a death closed door training location, and then have the younger generation of his clan seal it for him. This was because the death closed door training location still needed to be constructed. Even if the Baruch clan had all the manpower and resources available, they would still need 2 days to complete the construction. But right now, Lord Marcus had no time to worry about that. He needed to check out the situation at Baruch's castle. It would be best if Duke Arthur was there. He needed to use the last of his forces to kill Duke Arthur. After his energy clone had been destroyed, he had tried to contact Baruch's castle to no avail. But in the end, Baruch's castle didn't respond. At that time, Lord Marcus understood that Duke Arthur had already broken through Baruch's castle. Baruch's castle wasn't the place where all the resources of the Baruch clan were gathered. It was more of a symbol. Baruch's castle represented the glorious past of the Baruch clan. All of the important events of the Baruch clan were held there. But Baruch's castle also held an extremely important secret, which was the trump card of the Baruch clan when they encountered a major crisis. If any other enemy had broken through Baruch's castle, Lord Marcus wouldn't be worried at all that this secret would be exposed. But if it was Duke Arthur, it would be hard to say. This was because whenever Duke Arthur broke through a noble's castle, everything would be taken away. Even the walls would be peeled off. Most importantly, the walls would be peeled off, and the secret would be on the walls of the study. 10,000 years ago, when the three worlds had joined together, many planets near the War Star had been shattered by spatial energy. A portion of it had been acquired by an expert and transformed into a stable spatial fragment. After the chaotic battles of the three worlds had joined together, a portion of this spatial fragment had been lost long ago after the collapse of many powerful noble clans. One of the most powerful ancestors of the Baruch clan had acquired this spatial fragment while wiping out a major noble clan. From then on, this spatial fragment had become one of the most important treasures of the Baruch clan. Because this spatial fragment had been created when the three worlds had joined together, under the influence of the spatial energy and laws of the three worlds, it had produced a large amount of resources. After 10,000 years of nurturing, the amount of resources it had accumulated had long ago reached a sizable level, enough to support several generations of top-tier nobles. Lord Marcus knew very well that he could afford to lose Baruch's castle, but he couldn't lose this spatial fragment. After he had completely lost his emotions, the hope of the Baruch clan rested on this spatial fragment. Given the Baruch clan's talent pool, perhaps one generation wouldn't be enough, but in 2 or 3 generations, it wouldn't be too hard for a 5th-rank Temple Knight to appear. The prerequisite was that they had to have enough resources, and they couldn't rely on the support of other top-tier nobles. If they lost the protection of a 5th-rank Temple Knight, the Baruch clan would lose many of their assets. Although they wouldn't lose their territory, the resources of the War Star, the authority of the Supreme Council, etc., would all be greatly reduced. It would be very hard to ensure that a 5th-rank Temple Knight would be trained. Thinking of the Baruch clan's talent pool, Lord Marcus thought of the 3 squads of knight he had encountered earlier. Those were knights trained by the Baruch clan. He didn't know what Duke Arthur had done, but he had caused these knights to lose their ability to think for themselves and to use their lives to carry out Duke Arthur's orders. For example, those 3 squads of knight. Most of these knights were 3rd-rank Earth Knights, with a few being 2nd-rank official knight. But regardless of whether they were 3rd-rank Earth Knights or 2nd-rank official knights, when faced with a 5th-rank Temple Knight like Lord Marcus, they would be unable to move. But the 3 squads of knight Lord Marcus had encountered, upon seeing Lord Marcus, completely ignored his aura. Those knights were filled with a wild desire to do battle, and with an incomparably resolute aura, they charged towards him. This sort of charge would definitely lead to death, but it didn't affect the knight's determination. Lord Marcus thought that he had been poisoned or bewitched. For example, some sort of bewitching or hypnotic ability could be easily dispelled by his 5th-rank Temple Knight bloodline and mental strength. But no matter what Lord Marcus tried, he was unable to dispel the knight's hypnosis. As soon as Lord Marcus let go, the knight would continue to wildly attack him. Although these attacks couldn't harm him in the slightest, being attacked by his own clan's knights still made him angry and depressed. But these emotions quickly dissipated from Lord Marcus' heart. He understood that his emotional state was extremely serious. Chapter 835. Holding the spatial fragment in his hand, David walked around the Baruch castle. Just now, he had only taken apart half of the castle before being teleported away. Right now, he needed to use this last bit of time to collect all of the remaining items. Next would be a battle of the 5th rank. It was very likely that it would affect this castle. Finally, David's mental energy collected the last few tiles into his interspatial pendant. He stared off into the distance as he murmured to himself. Lord Marcus's true body didn't hide his aura. Lord Marcus hoped that Duke Arthur would go and find him. Based on the battle between Duke Arthur and his energy clone, he had been able to analyze Duke Arthur's combat power. This was the main reason why he had been willing to come here and do battle with Duke Arthur. Lord Marcus believed that if he didn't care about his true body's condition, he would definitely be able to defeat Duke Arthur. Even if he couldn't defeat him, he would at least be able to take Duke Arthur down with him. He saw his clan's castle. That castle which represented the glory of the Baruch clan was now completely lifeless. The faint smell of blood made Lord Marcus realize what had happened to his clan's castle. Duke Arthur, do you dare to fight me fairly? Lord Marcus's true body stood there in midair. He activated his bloodline energy and issued a challenge. From the castle below, David flew into the air, stopping 200 meters in front of Lord Marcus. Lord Marcus stared at the spatial fragment in David's hands. In his heart, he was even more determined to kill David. The Baruch clan's greatest trump card was now in David's hands. No matter what, he had to take it back. Lord Marcus, your aura is very unstable. You should rest more. David laughed. Although David wasn't a temple knight of the 5th rank, his spiritual energy had reached the 5th rank. Given that Lord Marcus wasn't hiding his aura, David naturally could sense that something was wrong with Lord Marcus. But of course, he wasn't worried about Lord Marcus. He was just trying to provoke Lord Marcus's emotions. Duke Arthur, enough with the nonsense. Today, only one of us can survive. Lord Marcus's emotions didn't fluctuate at all. He just said coldly. David's eyes narrowed. He finally knew what was wrong with Lord Marcus' state. He had heard that the biggest trouble of a 5th-level Temple Knight was that as one's strength increased, the emotions of a 5th-level Temple Knight would gradually fade away. On the day their emotions completely disappeared, they would either enter death's door or become a killing machine. At this time, David's best choice was to stay away from Marcus Lord. As long as he didn't fight Marcus Lord, then it wouldn't take long for Marcus Lord to lose the ability to fight. If he were to fight Lord Marcus at this time, then with Lord Marcus's current state, he must be prepared to die. However, David wasn't prepared to do that. If he was alone, he would have run as far as he could. However, his trump card gave him enough confidence that no matter how crazy Lord Marcus was, he wouldn't be able to hurt him. Lord Marcus, I'm sorry, I can't give you a fair fight, although this might be the last fight of your life. David said in a deep voice. There's no such thing as fair or unfair. At this point, there's only life and death. While speaking, Lord Marcus took out a set of Black Knight armor from his spatial ring and equipped it. He also had a light longsword in his hand. Lord Marcus didn't understand what David meant, but he didn't want to wait any longer. At this time, he still had a great advantage against David, who knew if David was stalling for time, waiting for reinforcements. For a long time, there had been a legend in the aristocratic circle that Duke Arthur was not only powerful, but also had the support of a powerful existence. David didn't speak again. He waved his hand and 6 figures appeared in the air. Among these figures, 4 were wearing black armor like Lord Marcus, while the other 2 were wearing 5th-level knight armor and wielding 5th-level light longswords. With another flash, the 4 fifth-level knight divided into 4 energy doppelgangers, forming as many as 10 fifth-level combatants in the air, surrounding Lord Marcus. Who are they? How could they let you take them into the summoning space? The momentum that Lord Marcus had just built up dissipated in an instant. His mood changed drastically as he asked repeatedly. Given Lord Marcus' current situation, this sudden change in mood wasn't a good thing. It made his few emotions quickly fade away. He even had a feeling that perhaps in less than 3 days after this battle, his emotions would completely disappear. However, Lord Marcus couldn't control his emotions. Perhaps those who weren't top-notch nobles wouldn't recognize the Black Knight armor, but he was also a lord who owned the Black Knight armor. This Black Knight armor was a reward from the gods a long time ago and was only circulated among the top aristocrats. This was because once a Black Knight armor appeared in the hands of a non-top aristocrat, the top aristocrats would stop at nothing to get their hands on it. Black Knight armor could be regarded as the best armor a 5th-level knight could use. Most importantly, because Black Knight armor was made by the gods and had the imprint of the gods, it could be used as a reference to promote a 5th-level temple knight. The appearance of 4 Black Knight armors at once was enough to make Lord Marcus lose control of his emotions. As many as 6 5th-level knights obediently listened to David's orders and obediently stayed in the summoning space, putting their lives in the hands of David, who was weaker than them. This made Lord Marcus even more confused. Battle formation. David summoned 6 5th-level temple knight. Naturally, he wouldn't waste any more time. He said in a low voice. His own body quickly descended into Baruch's castle, and then, in a place where Lord Marcus couldn't see, he activated his innate ability, underground stealth, and brought the spatial fragment underground. David did this for his own safety. He would personally control 10 clones to fight against Lord Marcus. But if he didn't hide his main body would be his greatest weakness, and he would definitely become the target of Lord Marcus' wild attacks. His main body was carrying the spatial fragment, and thus the amount of power he could use in battle was limited. David disappeared into the castle below, and the 6 5th-level temple knights and the 4 energy clones in the air all exploded with their bloodline power. These bloodline powers linked together, forming a terrifying 5th-level knight battle formation. Within the 5th-level knight battle formation, Lord Marcus could sense the surrounding pressure. His rich combat experience allowed him to judge that none of the 5th-level temple knights here were a match for him in terms of power. In fact, these 5th-level temple knights were even weaker than ordinary 5th-level temple knight. But a 5th-level temple knight was a 5th-level temple knight. When they formed the knight battle formation, their power was far from what Lord Marcus could resist. Lord Marcus' body sank and he flew downwards. He couldn't be trapped by the knight battle formation. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to fight back. But as soon as he moved, 4 figures moved even faster than him, appearing in front of him and simultaneously brandishing their bloodline power swords towards him. Lord Marcus' light longsword of the 5th level swept out horizontally, blocking the 4 bloodline power swords. And then, the light longsword of the 5th level swept out with an enormous white sword light, chopping down towards the 4 figures. Blocking Lord Marcus were the 4 energy clones. In terms of speed, the energy clones were far faster than Lord Marcus. Just as the enormous white sword light flashed, the 4 energy clones simultaneously flashed. At the same time, one of the energy clones activated his bloodline power from the knight battle formation and also swept out with an enormous white sword light towards Lord Marcus. Lord Marcus' body moved slightly to the side as he descended, dodging the white sword light of the energy clones. His white sword light, however, continued to fly towards the ground. With a boom sound, the 1,000-year-old Baruch castle was chopped in half by this sword light. The enormous white sword light didn't just avoid the Baruch castle, it also chose the location where David had disappeared. David had left his original location long ago. Using his innate ability, underground stealth, he had teleported 1,000 meters away. In his heart, he couldn't help but sigh at how terrifying these veteran knights of the 5th level of the temple were. Lord Marcus was trapped within the night battle formation, but from the very first attack, he had accurately grasped the opportunity and launched an attack towards David's possible hiding place. Lord Marcus knew very well that David was the most important person here. Although he didn't know why these knights of the 5th level of the temple were obeying David's orders, as long as he could kill David, there might be a chance for this battle to turn around. He didn't even hesitate to attack the Baruch castle. This was the symbol of the Baruch clan, one of the top nobles. Lord Marcus, seeing that his sword attack had been ineffective and hadn't hit David, who he thought was hiding within the castle, once more brandished his sword of the 5th rank. 3 enormous white sword lights flashed, sweeping towards the castle on the ground. For this attack, he had paid a price. The light sword of the 5th rank in the hands of the knight Mike had pierced into his back. Although the Black Knight's armor had blocked a portion of the attack, a deep wound had still appeared on his back. But the wound wasn't the most serious. What was even more serious was the bloodline energy of the 5th rank within the wound. The bloodline energy of the 5th rank was clinging to the wound, constantly corroding it. Lord Marcus knew very well that there was no way he could defeat the 6 knights of the 5th rank and the 4 energy clones in a battle formation. Thus, from the very beginning, he had chosen to attack David. For this, he was willing to pay a considerable price. He frantically activated the bloodline energy in his body, completely ignoring the attack coming from behind him. Lord Marcus knew very well the defensive power of his Black Knight's armor. For a short period of time, he was able to withstand a few attacks. Although he was heavily injured, he was still able to destroy the castle below, as well as David, who was within it. Although David's strength had reached the level of a knight of the 5th rank, Lord Marcus wasn't an ordinary knight of the 5th rank. His attacks contained his innate ability. After forcibly withstanding the attack of the Knight of the Crow Temple, 3 enormous white sword lights landed within the Baruch castle. A muffled explosion rang out from within the Baruch castle. Immediately afterwards, rays of white light shot out from within the Baruch castle. These rays of light were the light of bloodline energy of the 5th rank, and each of these rays of light was extremely destructive. The thousands of years old Baruch's castle was transformed into many palm-sized pieces of rubble by that white light. This attack of Lord Marcus was far from being as simple as 3 streaks of sword light from his bloodline. If David had really been hiding within the Baruch castle in a moment of carelessness, he probably really would have been killed by this attack. It must be understood that even from 1,000 meters away, David could sense the terrifying ripples of energy emanating from within the Baruch castle. The fact that the Baruch castle had been able to stand for thousands of years showed how sturdy it was. Although most of the defensive inscriptions had been destroyed by David, they still weren't something that 3 rays of bloodline energy could easily destroy. After destroying the Baruch castle, a look of despair appeared on Lord Marcus' face. Although his attack just now seemed to be an ordinary bloodline energy attack, in reality, it was his most powerful attack, and he had used his innate ability. He no longer had a second chance to use his innate ability. It would take a long time for him to recover, and the 6 knights of the 5th rank by his side wouldn't give him that time. At this moment, the 4 energy clones each used their fists to smash against the Black Knight's armor of Lord Marcus. They used their strength in an extremely ingenious manner, causing Lord Marcus' body to involuntarily turn in midair. The Knight of the Morley Temple drew out the bloodline energy of the 5th rank from the Knight's battle formation and focused it on his light longsword of the 5th rank. At this moment, Lord Marcus' back just happened to turn towards him. The light longsword of the 5th rank pierced out, accurately piercing through the wound made by the Knight of the Crow Temple. The terrifying bloodline energy of the 5th rank began to rampage within Lord Marcus' body. However, the light longsword of the 5th rank was blocked by Lord Marcus' bloodline energy. It was still 3 centimeters away from Lord Marcus' heart, which was close to the space within Lord Marcus' heart. Through the perception of the Knight of the Morley Temple, David could feel that the light longsword of the 5th rank was extremely difficult to pierce through. The Knight of the Crow Temple, the Knight of the Hairy Temple, the Knight of the Bear Temple, the Knight of the Mike Temple, and the Knight of the Harlow Temple all passed through the Knight's battle formation. The power of the 5 5th rank Temple Knights poured out and pushed the light longsword of the Morley Temple through the hands of the Knight of the Morley Temple. Crack! With the help of the many forces, the light longsword of the 5th rank pierced through the last defense of Lord Marcus' bloodline. "I don't accept this!" Lord Marcus roared with the last of his strength. With his heart pierced, Lord Marcus' life force quickly dissipated from his body. His eyes were filled with confusion. Before his death, his emotions had completely disappeared. The shadow attendant flew up and absorbed the soul of Lord Marcus. After the soul was absorbed, Lord Marcus' body also fell to the ground. At this moment, David flew out from the ground and arrived next to Lord Marcus' body with a dimension fragment in his hand. Chapter 836. David first removed the equipment and interspatial items from Lord Marcus' body, then had the shadow attendant collect the corpse into his interspatial ring. Killing Lord Marcus meant that for at least 100 years, the Baruch clan wouldn't be able to make a comeback. David didn't have any thoughts of wiping out the entire Baruch clan either. That wasn't very realistic, unless he spent a long period of time hunting down and killing the descendants of the Baruch clan. For a newly minted noble like him, who didn't have much information in the great world of God, it would be very hard for him to find all the members of the Baruch clan in the great world of God. Perhaps only after those 513 businesses were operating normally would David have a certain level of information support. But this still wouldn't be enough to compare to the information network of the top-tier nobles. David collected the 6th Temple Knight of the 5th rank and his 4 energy clones. Thinking back to that short battle, he couldn't help but sigh in amazement at the power of Lord Marcus. To tell the truth, he had underestimated the power of a veteran Temple Knight of the 5th rank and the leader of a top-tier noble clan. If Lord Marcus hadn't targeted the place where David had disappeared, most likely the 6 Temple Knights of the 5th rank would have been able to kill Lord Marcus, but without paying an enormous price, they wouldn't have been able to succeed. The power of those 3 sword flashes which Lord Marcus had unleashed at Baruch Castle still caused David's heart to tremble. If that attack had been aimed at the 6 Temple Knights of the 5th rank, it would have at least seriously injured them, and perhaps even killed some of the knights of the 5th rank. David arrived at the ruins of Baruch Castle. Looking at the debris on the ground, he gauged the power of that attack. No wonder the legends said that powerful knights were capable of destroying planets. Prior to this, David had thought that a knight of the 5th rank was capable of wiping out all the living creatures on a planet in a short period of time. In fact, on a planet where there were no existences of the same level, it was not difficult for a 5th-level Temple Knight to destroy all life forms. But today David had thought of something else. If Lord Marcus' attack wasn't aimed at the sturdy Baruch Castle, but rather at a volcano or a relatively thin area, then it would definitely cause the lava to explode wildly. If this kind of attack was made a few more times, it was possible to make a planet lose control of its ecology. And this was Lord Marcus' burst of power while enduring the attacks of 6 5th-rank Temple Knights. If Lord Marcus was given enough time to gather even more bloodline power, would he be able to cause even more damage? David didn't know the result, because Marcus Lord was already dead. Even if he resurrected Marcus Lord, he wouldn't be able to let Marcus Lord recover that offensive secret technique. David couldn't wait to return to Gammy's Star. He wanted to go through the books he had acquired from the Baruch clan and find a manual on this sort of secret attack technique. Thinking up to this point, he soared into the air and flew towards the planetary teleportation gate. Arriving at the planetary teleportation gate, David looked at the spatial fragment in his hand, which he had used his bloodline power to isolate. He didn't know if the planetary teleportation gate would be able to withstand the effects of the spatial fragment. He reactivated the planetary teleportation gate, then closed it to the outside world. Sensing that the spatial energy of the planetary teleportation gate was clearly unstable due to the spatial fragment in his hand, David knew that he wouldn't be able to use the planetary teleportation gate to leave. Of course, he wouldn't agree to give up on the spatial fragment. The safest place for the spatial fragment in his hand was on Gammy Star. Only there would he feel at ease. David helplessly shook his head. He would have to waste a lot of time again. He had to slowly fly back to Gammy Star from outer space. This distance wasn't close. Before leaving, he released his mental energy, and his 96 soul clones controlled the 96 mental energy hand. Using the abilities of a Grandmaster Alchemist, they began to dismantle the planetary teleportation gate. This planetary teleportation gate was a private property of the Baruch clan. David didn't want to leave it behind. Perhaps in the future, he would have a use for the planetary teleportation gate. Even if he used it as a material in his interspatial pendant, it would be better than leaving it here. After dismantling the planetary teleportation gate, he sent out his senses to the hypnotized knights in battle. These hypnotized knights would activate their bloodline power and self-detonate in 2 days. These 2 days would be the time for the knights to clear out the Baruch clan. Aside from the 3 squads of knights that had been killed by Lord Marcus, the rest of the knights didn't encounter much resistance. This was understandable. The Baruch clan was a private property of the Baruch clan. Aside from the main castle, they wouldn't have any Sky Knights of the 4th rank stationed in the other cities, because that would be too wasteful. David no longer paid any attention to the Baruch clan. He soared into the air, a pair of wings unfurling from his back, causing his flying speed to suddenly increase. He flew straight up, quickly leaving the atmosphere of the Baruch planet and entering outer space. David continued to fly for thousands of kilometers before summoning the sonic iron beetle. If he didn't have the sonic iron beetle as a means of transportation, just by relying on the speed of his starship, even if he used a Lord-class starship, it would still take him at least a few months to return to Gammy Star. But after summoning the sonic iron beetle, he discovered another problem. The sonic iron beetle's internal space ability was also a type of spatial ability. There was no way for it to absorb spatial fragments into its body. David could only sit on the back of the sonic iron beetle and use this method to fly through outer space. Arthur was ambushed? Upon hearing Baron Lech's report, the look on Lord Gould's face changed. Duke Arthur wasn't injured. The news was spread by the Baruch clan. They said that they joined forces with the Jenner clan, the Mather clan, the Bottom clan, the Milner clan, and the Muir clan to ambush Duke Arthur in the fringe, but the operation failed. Baron Lech knew of the relationship between Duke Arthur and the Baruch clan, and so he hurriedly explained. Why would the Baruch clan spread the news of their own accord? Lord Gould was very surprised at the Baruch clan's way of doing things. Even if the operation had failed, they shouldn't have done this. Because Mike Fay, a knight from the temple, went missing on his way back to the clan. Baron Lech laughed as he replied. Lord Gould couldn't help but laugh as well. He understood why the Baruch clan had done this. This was because the Baruch clan wanted to share the pressure with the other 6 top-tier nobles. This was also because they feared Duke Arthur. Contact our allies. We are preparing to mobilize a 5th-level knight from the temple to assist Duke Arthur. Lord Gould instructed in a low voice. Although Lord Gould's alliance hadn't been fully formed yet, with the help of the heartwarming lotus seed soup, there were still some top-tier nobles who were willing to send a 5th-level knight from the temple to assist Duke Arthur in this rescue operation. This sort of rescue operation only required a certain number of 5th-level knight from the temple to participate. There was no way a battle would break out. It was more of a deterrent. The top-tier nobles all had some sort of relationship with each other. Although there were some private conflicts, on the surface they were all friendly. There was no way a true fifth-level battle would break out. Lord Gould knew that Duke Arthur had killed a fifth-level knight from the temple, but there were still differences between top-tier nobles and major nobles. Especially when he heard the names of the 6 top-tier nobles, he immediately guessed the mastermind behind this. These 6 top-tier nobles were all allies of Chairman Abe. Recently, because Lord Gould had united a group of top-tier nobles and fifth-level knight from the temple, he had become a rising power in the great world of God. This had caused Chairman Abe to feel threatened. Putting himself in Chairman Abe's shoes, if he were in Chairman Abe's shoes, he would also target the seemingly weaker Duke Arthur. Lord Gould also thought back to Duke Arthur's trip to the Interstellar Federation on a mission to kill traitors. Now that he thought about it, Lord Gould had chosen to ambush Duke Arthur to create an opportunity. "I'll leave now." Baron Lek bowed and left the room. But a few minutes later, Baron Lek hurriedly ran back. What happened now? Lord Gould knew that there wasn't enough time for Baron Lek to notify his allies. It could only be that something unexpected had happened. He hurriedly asked, "I just received word that the planetary-level teleportation gate to the Baruch planet is no longer accessible. What's more, the other cities on the Baruch planet are sending out messages via communication arrays. A large number of Night Knights are currently massacring the planet's inhabitants. It is suspected that the Baruch planet has fallen." Baron Lek bowed and reported. Lord Gould couldn't help but be stunned. He knew very well what it meant that the Baruch planet was being massacred. In other words, the Baruch planet's protective force had already been lost. According to his clan's intelligence reports, Lord Marcus's main body was on the Baruch planet. Given that the Baruch planet had over 34th-level Sky Night Knights, as well as a large number of 3rd-level Earth Knights, if even such a force was unable to protect the Baruch planet, then how much power was Duke Arthur hiding? Wait a moment. Lord Gould waved his hand. He activated the communication array on the table and sent a communication request to Lord Marcus. This was a communication array used by lords. It allowed them to communicate anywhere in the great world of God. Naturally, it was extremely expensive to construct. There were many types of communication arrays. Most of them relied on planetary-level teleportation gates on planet. Through the spatial positioning of planetary-level teleportation gates, ordinary communication arrays could be used to communicate across planet. But the communication arrays used by lords didn't require planetary-level teleportation gates or other teleportation gates to be located. They could communicate directly. David, seated on the back of the sonic iron beetle, sensed the ripples of energy emanating from a newly acquired interspatial ring. He mentally scanned the interspatial ring. He didn't have time to sigh at the vastness of the interspatial ring. His mental energy immediately scanned the area where the ripples of energy came from. David took out the interspatial ring. This interspatial ring was rather special. As a Grandmaster alchemist, he could see that it wasn't just an alchemy diagram. It also had multiple divine runes drawn on it. Divine runes could only be mastered by shrines, and they were drawn by priests of the 5th rank who specialized in refining metals. Given David's current abilities as a Grandmaster alchemist, he was unable to replicate the divine runes on the interspatial ring. But of course, although he was unable to replicate them, it wasn't too hard to decipher them. His mental energy entered the interspatial ring, and he easily gained the right to use it. At this moment, David discovered that the person requesting to contact him was Lord Gould. He was puzzled, but he didn't suspect that Lord Gould had been involved in the attack on him. After hesitating for a moment, David activated the interspatial ring, while at the same time rejecting the ability to communicate. "Lord Marcus, please cease all actions against Duke Arthur." Otherwise, I will use all the power of my clan to fight the Baruch clan to the death. Lord Gould's face changed as he connected to the interspatial ring. He said in a low voice. After connecting to the interspatial ring, the first thing that came to Lord Gould's mind was that Lord Marcus was still on the Baruch planet. This meant that a battle between Duke Arthur and Lord Marcus was inevitable. As for the closure of the Baruch star's planetary-level teleportation gate, in Lord Gould's view, it was Lord Marcus's doing. It was to seal off Duke Arthur and prevent him from leaving the Baruch star. Lord Gould, it's me, Arthur. Hearing Lord Gould's threat, David felt extremely moved. He hurriedly replied, Arthur, it's good that you're fine. Be careful. You aren't facing a few supreme nobles, but an entire organization. It's best if you don't act for now. Wait for me to sort out some information, then you can decide what to do next. Lord Gould was startled at first, but then he said happily. Lord Gould didn't ask about Lord Marcus, because there was no need to ask. A lord's interspatial ring was bound to be carried on him at all times. Since the interspatial ring had fallen into Duke Arthur's hands, Lord Marcus's fate was obvious. Okay, I'll wait for your news. David didn't refuse Lord Gould's good intentions. In fact, he was lacking information in this area. For example, this time, he was able to enter the Baruch planet largely because Mike Fay's 5th rank Temple Knight had been too careless. If Mike Fay's 5th rank Temple Knight hadn't been so ostentatious, and had put away his starship on the Tula planet, David wouldn't have had the chance to enter the Baruch planet. And with Lord Marcus's actual fighting strength, David wouldn't have given Lord Marcus a chance to act if he had the information. Like before, he would have found an opportunity to get close and have the 6th 5th rank Temple Knight suddenly appear and control Lord Marcus, not giving him a chance to counterattack. In fact, David's idea was to test the fighting strength of the 6th 5th rank Temple Knight. Up until now, David had always used 5th rank knights to launch sneak attacks. It wasn't easy to get an opportunity to fight a 5th rank Temple Knight face-to-face, and with the absolute advantage of 6 against 1, he had underestimated Lord Marcus and decided to fight him head-on. If it hadn't been for Lord Marcus' error in judgment during the battle, David would have been heartbroken at his loss. Chapter 837. Chairman Abe once again called for a meeting. This time, he had no choice but to call for a meeting. If he didn't intervene, this alliance of top-tier nobles would probably fall apart. It was still the same meeting room, and there were still projections of the nobles. The atmosphere was very different from the last meeting. The loss of a 5th-level knight and the death of a top-tier nobleman were two completely different matters, especially within the alliance. The 5 top-tier nobles who had participated in the attack on Duke Arthur could no longer sit still. They quickly mobilized their forces. Not only did they hide their 5th-level knights, they also sent their high-ranking knights to various locations. This was just to prevent Duke Arthur from assassinating them. But no matter how well prepared they were, they couldn't guard against him forever. There was no way their 5th-level knights would remain hidden forever. Based on the analysis of the attack on the Baruch clan, even the energy clones of the 5th-level knights weren't safe, because Duke Arthur had first destroyed Marcus' energy clone. If Duke Arthur targeted the energy clones of the 5th-level knights of the 5 top-tier nobles as well, then how would the 5 top-tier nobles deal with him in the future? The reason why the 5 top-tier nobles had sent out their 5th-level knights to attack Duke Arthur was Chairman Abe's decision. Naturally, they would have to ask Chairman Abe to deal with the consequences. Chairman Abe looked at the projections of the nobles in the meeting room. He knew that if he didn't deal with this matter properly, his prestige would be greatly reduced. More importantly, if Duke Arthur found out what had happened, then he would become Duke Arthur's target as well. Everyone, I imagine you all know the topic of this meeting. Chairman Abe said in a low voice. Chairman Abe, let's get straight to the point. How should we deal with Duke Arthur? Lord Felix of the Jenner clan asked directly. This matter concerned the rise and fall of his clan. Lord Felix didn't have time to beat around the bush. Duke Arthur's whereabouts were still unknown. He and the other 4 top-tier nobles who had participated in the ambush would definitely be targeted first. Every minute they wasted here was another minute his clan would be in danger. Lord Felix, I understand how you feel. I have a plan, but I need your cooperation. Although Speaker Abe was displeased, he still said with a smile on his face, "As long as we can get rid of Duke Arthur, I will not hesitate to cooperate." Felix nodded without hesitation. "I want to use Planet Jenner to set up a trap and lure Duke Arthur in. Then, we can kill Duke Arthur on Planet Jenner with our superior combat power," Speaker Abe suggested with a smile when he saw that Lord Felix did not refuse. Felix's expression changed. Everyone knew what kind of person Duke Arthur was. Judging from Duke Arthur's style of doing things, he was extremely greedy and had an extremely crazy desire for revenge. If you provoked him, he would destroy your entire family. To lure Duke Arthur to Jenner Planet, he had to consider the consequences of Jenner Planet's destruction. Although everyone present didn't know the details of what was happening on Planet Baruch, based on the information they had gathered, they could tell that Planet Baruch was being ravaged. Previously, some of the communication arrays on Planet Baruch had still been able to communicate, but the message they received was that a massacre was still going on. Not long after, however, the communication arrays were no longer able to communicate. Perhaps the owners of the communication arrays had been killed, or perhaps for some other reason. But one thing was for sure. Planet Baruch was done for. As for Lord Marcus's situation, everyone present knew that even if Lord Marcus hadn't been killed by Duke Arthur, Lord Marcus wouldn't have been able to hold on for much longer. Soon, he would become a living corpse. Lord Marcus's condition wasn't a secret in the Alliance. In particular, during the last meeting, his miserable state had made everyone certain that his condition wasn't optimistic. This was the reason why, during the last meeting, most of the lords hadn't agreed to immediately send reinforcements. No matter if Lord Marcus died or became a living corpse, the Baruch clan's resources would become a juicy piece of meat. As long as he delayed sending reinforcements to Planet Baruch, Lord Marcus would inevitably have to face Duke Arthur. At that time, whether Lord Marcus won or died in battle, Lord Marcus would become a living dead even faster. How could the other nobles not covet the benefits of a top-tier noble? All these lords wanted to do was stall for time. Now it seemed that they had succeeded. But right now, they didn't have the time to fight for the Baruch clan's benefit. First, they had to deal with the problem of Duke Arthur. Lord Felix, if we use Planet Jenner to share the losses incurred, I imagine no one would refuse, right? Lord Amos, seeing Lord Felix hesitate, spoke out to the other lords present. He was the lord of the Mather clan, and one of the top-tier nobles who had participated in the ambush of Duke Arthur. At a time like this, he naturally wanted to deal with Duke Arthur as quickly as possible. Speaker Abe proposed that the battle be held on Planet Jenner. Lord Amos naturally agreed. He wanted to settle this matter immediately. Otherwise, would the battle be held on his Mather planet? Lord Amos's suggestion isn't bad. If there are losses, I can pay a third of it. The rest will be shared by everyone present. Speaker Abe nodded. No problem. Agreed. Agreed. None of the lords present cared about this. They all voiced their support. All right, let's set up a trap on Planet Jenner. But how does Speaker Abe plan to lure Duke Arthur there? And how do we have the confidence to kill Duke Arthur? Lord Felix nodded in agreement and asked. Release fake news through our intelligence organization. Say that the level 5 Holy Knights of the Jenner family, the Mather family, the Bottom family, the Milner family, and the Muir family are all gathered on Planet Jenner to fight against Duke Arthur. Speaker Abe smiled. If we do this, how would Duke Arthur dare to go? Lord Felix asked, puzzled. If the 5 top-tier noble clans had gathered their 5th-level knights, even if each clan only had 1 5th-level knight, that would still be 5 5th-level knights. If Duke Arthur had the ability to deal with so many 5th-level knights at the same time, he wouldn't have disappeared during the ambush and then attacked after the 5th-level knights had scattered. I have seen Duke Arthur's information. He is a crazy and extremely stubborn guy. If we release this news, he will definitely try his best to go to Planet Jenner and secretly find a chance to attack. Speaker Abe replied in a deep voice. Some lords had already nodded in agreement with Speaker Abe's suggestion. If they released the news that there was only 1 5th-level knight on Planet Jenner, Duke Arthur might think it was a trap. On the contrary, such news would make Duke Arthur feel more at ease. As for how to kill Duke Arthur, I have decided that the Lytton family will take the lead. Every clan in the alliance will send out a 5th-level knight. I believe that 23 5th-level knights will not have a problem killing Duke Arthur. Speaker Abe continued. The meeting room became quiet. The lords present were all thinking about the gains and losses. When Speaker Abe said that they would send out a 5th-level knight, he did not mean that they would send out an energy doppelganger. To deal with a 5th-level opponent, an energy doppelganger would not be enough. Therefore, Speaker Abe's arrangement was for each top-tier noble clan to send out a 5th-level knight to kill Duke Arthur with an invincible force. Haha, there is nothing to worry about. If such strength is not enough to deal with Duke Arthur, then Duke Arthur is a demigod. Speaker Abe could not help but laugh when he saw the looks on the lords' faces. Agreed. Agreed. The lords expressed their agreement one after another. They were not worried that they would not be able to defeat Duke Arthur. They were just not used to sending out a 5th-level knight. It's an autumn hunt. Please bring some good wine. It's been a long time since we had such a large gathering. Once we get rid of Duke Arthur, we'll hold a grand banquet on Jenner Planet. Chairman Abe said with a smile. After the meeting, the 23 top-tier noble clans were quietly taking action. This was a powerful alliance of top-tier noble clans that had existed for a long time. Once they took action, even Lord Gould's intelligence organization would not be able to detect any clues. On the 3rd day after the meeting, Lord Gould sent a piece of information to Duke Arthur's contact circle. At that moment, David was sitting on the sonic iron beetle. Under the effect of the sonic iron beetle's terrifying speed, he could not do anything. He could only use his blood power to protect himself. After sensing the energy fluctuation of the Lord Communication Circle, he took out the Lord Communication Circle. According to the information, the 5 5th-level knights from the Jenner family, the Mather family, the Bottom family, the Milner family, and the Muir family are all gathered on Planet Jenner. The other high-ranking knights and important personnel of these 5 top-tier noble clans have scattered and hidden. It will take some time to investigate. David could not help but helplessly shake his head when he saw this message. He also wanted to go to Planet Jenner immediately, but he gave up on that idea when he saw the dimension fragment in his hand. For David, the dimension fragment was not just a reserve resource. He was more interested in the extremely rich energy that the dimension fragment contained. David discovered that the dimension barrier around the dimension fragment was not the real world outside, but a void. The energy of the dimension fragment flowed into the dimension fragment from the void, which supported the energy density inside the dimension fragment. He did not have much knowledge about the dimension, so he did not understand the principle behind it. However, he knew that the rules of the world inside the dimension fragment were different from the rules of the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation. David had already thought about it. When he returned to Planet Gamma, he would transfer the super-large Chi gathering circle to the dimension fragment. His training speed, as well as that of the 4th-level Sky Knight and the 5th-level Knights, would be greatly improved. He would no longer have to worry about the energy problem. Therefore, even if he received news about the other top-tier noble clans that had ambushed him, he did not plan to go. He still followed his original plan and returned to planet Gamma first. In the main castle of the Jenner family on planet Jenner, 5 fifth-level knights were sitting in the hall. It was already the 10th day that they had gathered here. The news had been released long ago, but the anticipated Duke Arthur did not appear. Not only were the 5 fifth-level knights anxious, but the 18 fifth-level knights who were hiding outside the castle using the isolation circle were even more anxious. This time, Lord Abe had come in person. Only he could suppress so many fifth-level knights. Among the fifth-level knights, many of them were the lords of top-tier noble clans. Not all top-tier noble clans could have multiple fifth-level knights. The majority of first-rate nobles only had a single temple knight of the 5th rank that could act. Cultivating 2 or more temple knights of the 5th rank required not only resources, but also luck and the reserves of their clan's knights. The reason why top-tier noble clans could almost guarantee at least 1 fifth-level knight in every generation was because of the reserve of talent. After countless years of reproduction, the number of knights with the bloodline power of the clan had reached an extremely large number. On this basis, it was easier to select a group of knight seedlings with great talent to cultivate. Because top-tier noble clans had sufficient resources, they could cultivate the seedlings of knight all at once without having to choose from them again. On the other hand, the resources that ordinary noble clans had could only be used to cultivate their clan knight. This was the difference. But even with this kind of cultivation, the probability of a 5th-level knight appearing was very low. This was also why top-tier noble clans rarely had multiple 5th-level knights at the same time. Although 10 days was not long, having 23 5th-level knights guarding here at the same time had a huge impact. Perhaps the other top-tier noble clans would not be able to find out in the short term, but as long as Duke Arthur did not appear, it would be difficult to keep the situation a secret. If it were not for Speaker Abe's mediation, the 5th-level knights would have already withdrawn. But even so, they could not wait for long. According to Speaker Abe's estimation, if Duke Arthur did not appear in 5 days, this trap would not be able to continue. Is the information accurate? Lord Gould asked with a gloomy expression. It has been confirmed. Speaker Abe and at least 10 5th-level knights are acting strangely. It seems that they have some secret plan. Baron Leck confirmed with a nod. Speaker Abe's scheme is good. He used me to pass on false information to Arthur. The angrier Lord Gould was, the calmer his voice became. Baron Leck, who was familiar with him, understood that Lord Gould's anger had been ignited. Increase the intensity of the information gathering. Obtain information from Speaker Abe at all costs. Lord Gould ordered in a deep voice. After Baron Leck left, Lord Gould immediately took out the Lord Communication Circle. He was worried that Duke Arthur had already gone to Jenner Planet. If that happened, he would have harmed Duke Arthur. As the Lord Communication Circle continued to wait for a connection, Lord Gould became more and more nervous. Chapter 838. David was exhausted. He hadn't been so exhausted in a long time. He couldn't rest for 10 days and had to stay close to the back of the sonic iron beetle at all times. Although there was no air resistance in space, he would feel the impact of space energy every time he broke through space and entered the void for millions of kilometers. In the beginning, David could still withstand the impact of space energy, but after a long time, he inevitably became tired. When he felt the energy waves of the Lord Communication Portal in the space pendant, he scanned it with his mind power. Previously, there had been people who had contacted the Lord Communication Portal, but they were all top nobles who he didn't know. This time, David's mind power sensed a message and a contact request from Lord Gould. He took out the communication portal and checked the message. The message was for him to not take action first, as there were new situations. David patted the sonic iron beetle gently and made it stop temporarily before accepting Lord Gould's contact request. "Lord Gould, what's the matter?" David asked first. "Arthur, it's great that you're all right." Lord Gould heaved a sigh of relief. He then said, "I didn't tell you some things previously because I was afraid that you would be impulsive, but now I have to tell you. According to my investigation, the mastermind who ambushed you is Speaker Abe. The 6 top nobles only accepted Speaker Abe's mission and sent their level 5 Holy Temple Knight to carry out the mission. I suspect that it's a trap on Jenner Planet. You must be careful and not fall for it." Lord Gould didn't tell David about Speaker Abe's situation previously because he was worried that David would be too impulsive and seek revenge on Speaker Abe. Speaker Abe had been in charge of the Supreme Council for many years, and his hidden strength was unfathomable. Lord Gould didn't want David to take the risk. However, if it was really a trap on Jenner Planet this time, it meant that Speaker Abe had attacked David again. Gould had to inform David and remind him to be careful. "Thank you, Lord Gould. I haven't gone to Jenner Planet yet. I have some things to deal with at the moment. I'll decide what to do after I'm done," David said gratefully. "You are alone and weak, so you must be careful. You are still young, so don't be in a hurry to take revenge. If you need my help, don't hesitate. You and I are bound together for good or ill," Lord Gould advised. David nodded. He understood Lord Gould's good intentions. Even though Lord Gould had a close relationship with him, it wasn't easy to persuade him to take revenge, especially when it came to the matter of revenge. Lord Gould knew that it wasn't realistic to stop him from taking revenge, especially when it came to his decisiveness in killing. Things went beyond many people's expectations. After another 10 days, even Speaker Abe could no longer stop the Level 5 Temple Knight from leaving. The Level 5 Temple Knight could not stay on Jenner Planet indefinitely. They could not see the hope of Duke Arthur falling into their trap, because there were already rumors among the aristocrats about their arrangement on Jenner Planet. In the end, Speaker Abe's trap plan was aborted midway. There was no news of Duke Arthur at all. Some people even suspected that Duke Arthur had perished together with Lord Marcus. However, there was no conclusive evidence. No one dared to go to Gammy Planet to verify. On this day, David finally returned to Gammy Planet. After 20 days of space travel, the first thing he did when he returned to Gammy Planet was to fall into the soft bed in his bedroom. Even when he was sleeping, David separated a soul doppelganger to control the power of blood to hold the space fragment. The next morning, he opened his eyes. The exhaustion of 20 days of continuous special space travel was swept away, and his energy was completely restored. Only then did David have time to slowly organize his gains. First, of course, was the space fragment in his hand. He could not keep it in his hand all the time. David was familiar with creating a secret room with the safe house attribute. 100 kilometers away from the castle, he chose an inconspicuous mountain peak, activated the underground sneak talent ability, and entered the mountain peak. The underground sneak ability controlled the mountain rocks to build a cave without an exit in the center of the mountain peak. Then, he drew an ancient isolation pattern on the wall of the cave. The effect of this ancient isolation pattern was better than today's isolation pattern and isolation circle. It also made David feel more at ease. Of course, in addition to the ancient isolation pattern, David also left a set of Interstellar Federation monitoring equipment here. It was controlled by an intelligence system. Once there was any abnormality, it could be notified. David drew a few energy patterns on the ground of the cave. By extracting the energy from the top krypton crystal, it produced a few stable energy that could hold the space fragment. Finally, he could hold the space fragment without using his hand. He shook his hand and looked at the space fragment in front of him. He was very satisfied with his arrangement. Using the underground movement talent ability to open up a cave, No one would be able to find any trace of it from any part of the mountain. Coupled with the effects of the ancient isolation formation, as long as one's luck wasn't too bad and the mountain peak was destroyed, revealing the cave inside, this place wouldn't be discovered. David reached out and pressed his hand on the space fragment. He felt the space change. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the space fragment. He stepped on the ground and felt the rich energy here. He had the thought of immediately training here. However, David didn't do so. He had to explore the 3 altar-like buildings. Only by eliminating all possible dangers would he be able to cultivate here with peace of mind. Whether it was the Gamma planet or the space inside the space fragment, no one could see it. Therefore, David did not have any scruples. He spread his wings and flew to the 3 altars in the center of the small continent. Standing in front of the altars, he could vaguely see the reinforcement pattern on the surface of the altars. It was to prevent the altars from weathering and make them last longer. David could not guess the function of the altars. He did not see any sacrificial patterns or any symbols related to the god. Part of his mind went into the shadow attendant's body. Then, the shadow attendant went through the surface of the altar and went inside. After passing through the 1-meter-thick wall, there was a dense ice fog, which made the temperature inside extremely low. David felt a trace of life through the shadow attendant's perception. It was a real trace of life. If he did not go inside the altar, he would not be able to feel it. The shadow servant flew in the direction of the life aura. Due to the influence of the ice mist, the shadow servant's eyes, which could see in the dark, could not see anything further. When the life was in front of him, David saw a person through the shadow attendant's eyes. It was a person lying in a crystal coffin. David controlled the shadow attendant to go around the crystal coffin and check the layout. Finally, he understood the purpose of the altar. It was not an altar at all. It was a life support retreat. The person in the crystal coffin in the center was the person in retreat. The shadow attendant put a hand into the ice coffin and pressed it on the person's body. Then, he pulled his hand back. Just as he had guessed, this was a level 5 knight. A level 5 knight in retreat. But unlike the secluded 5th-rank temple knights David had heard of, the 3 buildings here could let a 5th-rank temple knight in seclusion live for a longer period of time, just like a freezer. The Interplanetary Federation also had refrigeration technique. Only, in order to refrigerate a person's body, one had to use the corresponding genetic repair solution. Otherwise, the freezing effect alone would cause the genes to be destroyed. David was certain that the great world of God in front of him, which had many alchemical runes, was even more effective than the Interstellar Federation's refrigeration techniques. This level 5 knight's body was in a state of suspended animation. It wasn't truly in a frozen state. Rather, it was in a state where the body's functions were infinitely close to being still, but it was also slowly living. In this state, if a level 5 knight only had 10 years left to live, he would be able to live for 1,000 years here. Perhaps after being awakened, a level 5 knight would only be able to fight for a few short days, but that would be enough. The Interstellar Federation's refrigeration techniques would cause a knight's bloodline to go out of control. In other words, they wouldn't be of any use to a knight. David understood that this was one of the trump cards of the Baruch clan. When the Baruch clan encountered a major crisis, they would be able to activate the 3 level 5 temple knights in the spatial fragment. Given the combat power of these 3 level 5 knights, they would be able to deal with a crisis for the clan. Afterwards, they would be able to rely on the resources within the spatial fragment to allow the clan to rise to prominence once more. It could be said that the ancestors of the Baruch clan had been extremely thorough in their calculations. Only, they hadn't expected that someone would take away the spatial fragment as well, causing all of their preparations to be for naught. David controlled the shadow attendant to retrieve a light longsword of the 5th rank from his interspatial ring. The shadow attendant wielded the light longsword of the 5th rank, then pointed it at the heart of the level 5 Temple Knight. If this level 5 Temple Knight still had the ability to think, and if his body wasn't in a dormant state, then even if the shadow attendant wielded a light longsword of the 5th rank, it wouldn't be able to injure the level 5 Temple Knight. Given the strength of the shadow attendant, using a light longsword of the 5th rank to try and break through the bloodline energy of the level 5 Temple Knight was futile. But the level 5 Temple Knight in front of it was completely relaxed, without the slightest bit of defense. Even the vast majority of his bloodline energy was within his sea of consciousness, with only a tiny bit circulating within his body, maintaining the connection between his body and his bloodline energy. This tiny bit of bloodline energy moved extremely slowly. All the shadow attendant had to do was to avoid the flow of the bloodline energy, and it would be able to stab the light longsword of the 5th rank into the body of the level 5 Temple Knight. David didn't plan on awakening the level 5 Temple Knight. There was no need for that. He didn't want to face a battle machine that didn't have the ability to think at all and only knew how to kill. The light longsword of the 5th rank pierced through the skin, through the flesh, and into the heart. Throughout the whole process, the level 5 Temple Knight didn't react in the slightest. Just as David was guessing whether this level 5 Temple Knight would have a soul for the shadow attendant to absorb, the shadow attendant actually absorbed a soul from the level 5 Knight's body. According to the feedback from the shadow attendant, this soul was a soul of the 5th rank, and wasn't weakened by being in a dormant state. The shadow attendant immediately collected the corpse of the level 5 Temple Knight. The corpse didn't have much life force to begin with, and if it was collected too late, even the undying life force wouldn't be able to save this corpse. David controlled the shadow attendant to go to the other 2 altars, and used the same method to kill the 2 level 5 Temple Knights, absorbing their souls and collecting their corpses. These 3 level 5 Temple Knights all had an interspatial ring on their fingers. After the shadow attendant came out, it placed the 3 interspatial rings in front of David. David's consciousness entered the interspatial rings. The items within the 3 interspatial rings were all the same. They were all a set of level 5 knight armor, and a light longsword of the 5th rank. He hadn't expected that the Baruch clan would prepare a full set of armor of the 5th rank for a level 5 Temple Knight. This level of extravagance was unimaginable to him. But when he thought about how important a level 5 Temple Knight was to a top-tier noble clan, in order for a level 5 Temple Knight to be able to unleash his full power, a full set of armor of the 5th rank was necessary. But after the death of the level 5 Temple Knight, the armor would still be in the clan's possession. This made sense. Now, all of these had become David's spoils of war. Of course, he was going to use them on his level 5 Temple Knight. David didn't go collect the rest of the spoils. He decided to first revive the level 5 Temple Knight. With each additional level 5 Knight, he would be able to protect himself. Within his interspatial ring, he had the corpses of 5 level 5 Temple Knight. Gaining 5 level 5 Knights at once was enough to nearly double his combat power. David first summoned the shadow attendant. Placing his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, he didn't pay any attention to the ball of knowledge. Instead, he turned his gaze to the 5 golden specks of light within the shadow attendant's body. These were the essence of a level 5 soul. With a thought, the 5 golden specks of light floated from the shadow attendant's body into David's soul space. Just as the 5 golden specks of light entered the soul space, the battle angel crystal released an attractive force to capture them. The 5 golden specks of light fell into the soul fortress under David's control, connecting with the other 96 level 5 soul origins through soul energy under the control of the battle angel crystal. It didn't take long before the 5 new golden light spots' soul origins were assimilated, and David had 5 more soul avatars. With the most important step completed, David's next step was to revive the level 5 Temple Knights one by one. Bit by bit, undying life force entered the bodies of the level 5 Knights, arousing that trace of vitality that had yet to completely disappear. David matched them one by one, placing the original level 5 soul origins of the knights back into their bodies. Very quickly, these 5 level 5 temple knights were truly revived. David summoned the other 6 level 5 temple knight. He couldn't control the newly revived level 5 temple knights all the time. Through the exchange of souls with the 6 original level 5 knights, the newly revived level 5 temple knights quickly gained the ability to move independently. Seeing the 11 level 5 temple knights standing together, David felt the control of his own fate. Chapter 839. The 5 new temple knights of the 5th rank entered their respective genetic repair cabins and changed their appearances. David then inspected the 5 temple knight. He discovered that these 5 temple knights of the 5th rank were clearly more powerful than the previous 6 temple knights of the 5th rank. This made him feel rather puzzled. It must be understood that of the previous 6 temple knights of the 5th rank, 4 of them were lords. As lords of supreme nobles, they shouldn't be any weaker than the 5 temple knights of the 5th rank. Why was it that, after being revived, they were so much weaker? After pondering for a moment, David thought of a possibility. When he revived these 5 temple knights of the 5th rank, he had used their souls. Although the souls had been purified by the shadow attendant, in the end, the 5th rank soul essence still belonged to the temple knight himself. Most likely, it was because the 5th rank soul essence was compatible with the body of a temple knight that the temple knight was able to retain as much of his power as possible. Of the 5 temple knights, only Lord Marcus didn't have an energy clone. It made sense. Lord Marcus' energy clone had been destroyed by David. But Mike, Faye, and the energy clones of the 5th rank temple knight, as well as the energy clones of the other 3 frozen temple knights, were all within Linley's mental sea. The majority of the soul energy he had acquired this time had been poured into them, allowing the 4 energy clones to recover. David was most concerned about the 3 frozen temple knights. This was because although the souls of these 3 frozen temple knights had been reset, they had been nearing the end of their lifespan. In the past, David had never encountered anyone who was nearing the end of their lifespan. He hadn't understood the importance of an inextinguishable life force. When he checked the condition of the 3 knights of the frozen temple, he discovered that after being restored by undying life force, the vitality of the 3 knights of the frozen temple didn't seem to be that of people who had reached the limit of their lifespan. According to his judgment, the 3 knights of the frozen temple could at least last for several decades. David chose one of the frozen temple knights. He drew out the undying life force from the Battle Angel Knight's skeleton. Since the 5th level temple knight in front of him was his doppelganger, he didn't need to be stingy with the undying life force, nor did he need to worry about the consequences of using it too much. This was because if there was anything wrong, he could sense it through the soul avatar in the knight's body. All along, David had known about the preciousness of undying vitality. Just thinking about the heartwarming lotus seed soup, with only a small amount of undying vitality, it made the temple knight of the 5th rank crazily chase after it. However, David didn't have much of a concept of how precious undying vitality was. He only used his instinct to conceal the existence of undying vitality. Now, when he introduced the undying vitality into the body of the frozen temple knight, he could clearly feel the changes in the frozen temple knight's body. As the body continued to absorb the undying vitality, the frozen temple knight's body became younger and younger. After a period of time, the frozen temple knight's body even showed the youthful vitality of a young person. At this time, David truly understood how terrifying the Battle Angel skeleton was. The undying life force casually created could restore one's youth. As long as David was willing, he could keep his knight alive without worrying about the impact of lifespan. Suddenly, he had a feeling that this was an ability that only gods should have. After thinking about it, he smiled again. The battle angel itself was a god, and an extremely powerful one at that. David was only basking in the remnants of the battle angel's power, enjoying the residual power of a powerful god. The undying vitality was too powerful. It was so powerful that he didn't dare reveal any information that he could mass-produce it. David didn't think that he was invincible in the great world of God just because he had 11 level 5 Temple Knight. The most powerful in the great world of God wasn't the level 5 Temple Knight, but the gods who were beyond this world. Even the weakest and seriously injured god of plagues, Gladstone, could easily kill any level 5 Temple Knight, not to mention the powerful gods who ruled the great world of God. David injected the rest of the level 5 Temple Knights with undying vitality, but he didn't inject as much as the frozen Temple Knight. Instead, he controlled the age of the level 5 Temple Knight to be in the prime of his life. This age was when he had just become a level 5 Temple Knight, so he could reduce unnecessary suspicion. If someone discovered these level 5 Temple Knights, they would only guess that they were newly promoted level 5 Knight. David then used the remaining soul energy to start reviving the level 4 Sky Knight. This task was a walk in the park for him. In his spatial item, there were many level 4 Sky Knight corpses preserved. There were more than 60 of them, but the remaining soul energy wasn't enough to revive these Sky Knight. David chose to revive the Sky Knights with flying mounts first. He successfully revived 6 Sky Knights with flying mounts, and 12 Sky Knights without flying mount. He didn't consume the precious soul energy because he expected these level 4 Sky Knights to increase their combat power, but because these Sky Knights could accelerate the growth of his strength. There were as many as 33 level 4 Sky Knight in the spatial fragment. They only had one mission, and that was to cultivate to the greatest extent every day. The cultivation resources from the previous spoils of war also came in handy at this time. The 33 level 4 Sky Knights cultivation consumed a lot of soul energy. After doing all this, David went to dismantle the super-large spirit gathering circle on planet Gammy and moved it to the small continent in the spatial fragment. This task took David an entire day. Moving a super-large spirit gathering circle with 6,000 array bases and an area of nearly 100 square kilometers was extremely troublesome. However, for the rich energy in the spatial fragment, he didn't mind this bit of trouble. After installing the perfect-grade Krypton crystal and the 6,000 top-grade Krypton crystal in the super-large spirit gathering circle, David activated it. 6,000 pillars of light shot up into the sky, and the energy in the spatial fragment continuously gathered inside the super-large spirit gathering circle. Originally, David thought that after the energy in the spatial fragment was consumed, it would slowly recover, just like planet Gammy. However, something strange happened. David didn't know if it was because of the rules of the spatial fragment or because of some unknown reason, but the spatial fragment was absorbing energy from the void outside the spatial barrier at an extremely fast speed. It was replenishing the energy that was lost due to the super-large spirit gathering circle. Generally speaking, no matter what kind of spirit gathering circle it was, it had to consider the density of the surrounding energy. Once the density of the energy was too low, it would have to consider stopping the spirit gathering circle and wait for the surrounding energy to recover. However, the super-large spirit gathering circle in the spatial fragment was not like this. The super-large spirit gathering circle continuously gathered the energy in the spatial fragment, and the spatial fragment was like an even bigger super-large spirit gathering circle that was absorbing the energy in the void. This caused the energy in the spatial fragment to flow in a balance. David was very surprised. If the super-large spirit gathering circle could be activated all the time, then he and all his level 4 and 5 knights cultivation could be completely unrestricted. They could absorb as much energy as they wanted without worrying about the lack of energy. In addition, if the super-large spirit gathering circle was activated all the time, They wouldn't have to worry about replenishing it with 6,000 top-grade kryptonite every 10 days. This was because the purpose of using up top-grade kryptonite was to activate the super-large spirit gathering circle. After the super-large spirit gathering circle was activated, the energy within it would allow it to continue operating. David spread his wings and stood in the middle of the super-large spirit gathering circle. Sensing the rain-like energy around him, he felt a sense of bliss. 11 Temple Knights of the 5th rank and 33 Sky Knight of the 4th rank, along with David, began their first training session within the super-large spirit gathering circle. Even though so many high-ranking knights were training together, the energy within the super-large spirit gathering circle didn't decrease at all. An hour later, David ceased his training. Sensing the changes in his sea of consciousness, he was delighted to discover that his training speed had once again increased. David didn't understand why the Baruch clan wouldn't make use of a dimensional fragment like this. Otherwise, the constant flow of energy would allow the Baruch clan to have many times the number of knights. In truth, dimensional fragments were of varying value. If it wasn't for the fact that this dimensional fragment contained a large amount of ores, especially those 3 super-large kryptonite mines, which the Baruch clan valued greatly. For the sake of those 3 super-large kryptonite mines, the Baruch clan wouldn't allow the dimensional fragment to run out of energy. It must be understood that if David were to set up a super-large spirit gathering circle, it was very likely that the dimensional fragment would run out of energy for a very long period of time. In that situation, it would affect the existence of the super-large kryptonite mines. In addition, the successive Baruch clan lords had made the decision to make the dimensional fragment a reserve resource for the Baruch clan. Thus, no one dared to even think about researching the dimensional fragment. Most likely, the Baruch clan hadn't realized that the true value of the dimensional fragment wasn't the resources within it, but rather the dense, unending flow of energy. David resisted the urge to continue training. He had other things to do. First, he took out a pregnant gem from his interspatial pendant. Originally, he had placed the pregnant gem in the Blackrock mines on planet Boyo. He had thought that it would be a very safe place, but he hadn't expected that it would attract the attention of a major noble. Afterwards, the pregnant gem had been stored within David's interspatial pendant. He hadn't casually placed it anywhere else. Even when he had discovered a kryptonite mine on planet Gamma, he hadn't placed the pregnant gem there. The main reason was that planet Gamma didn't have any defensive capabilities. Sometimes he wouldn't be able to take care of it, but the dimensional fragment was different. With his security measures, unless he was extremely unlucky, the dimensional fragment's safety wasn't a problem. While researching the super-large kryptonite mines, he had discovered that not only did the 3 super-large kryptonite mines produce an enormous amount of top-grade kryptonite, they even produced 6 perfect kryptonite. It could be said that these 3 super-large kryptonite mines were of the same grade as Worcester's super-large kryptonite mine. It was only because they hadn't been mined here, and because they didn't have the special environment of Warstar, they only produced 6 perfect kryptonite. David put away the 6 perfect kryptonite mines and chose another super-large kryptonite mine. He placed the pregnant gem in the core of the super-large kryptonite mine. When the pregnant gem was placed down, a strange energy spread out from the pregnant gem. Because the super-large kryptonite mine was too big, the strange energy of the pregnant gem was unable to completely cover it. However, the most essential part of the pregnant gem was still surrounded. Just as David was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that a top-grade kryptonite next to the pregnant gem was glowing with a golden light. He walked over to the top-grade kryptonite in disbelief and squatted down to examine it. There really was a golden light on the top-grade kryptonite. A few minutes later, another dozen or so top-grade kryptonite glowed with a golden light. Although the golden light wasn't obvious, it was there. This meant that the top-grade kryptonite was evolving into perfect kryptonite. David was stunned. No matter how good the pregnant gem was, this shouldn't have happened. However, when he thought about it, this wasn't all that strange. The top-grade kryptonite in this super-large kryptonite mine had never been mined before. In other words, it had always been in the process of slowly improving. During this process, a portion of the top-grade kryptonite had reached the limit of top-grade kryptonite. Perhaps after tens of millions of years, some of the top-grade kryptonite would break through their shackles and become perfect kryptonite. This was where the 6 perfect kryptonite gems came from. However, the pregnant gem was special in that it could increase the quality and production of kryptonite. A portion of the top-grade kryptonite that had reached the limit could skip tens of millions of years and directly enter the perfect kryptonite process with the help of the pregnant gem. Of course, this didn't mean that David could harvest the perfect kryptonite right away. This process usually took a few years for the golden light to cover the top-grade kryptonite. Only then would the top-grade kryptonite evolve into a perfect kryptonite. David looked at the rest of the top-grade kryptonite in the super-large kryptonite mine. Perhaps there would be more perfect kryptonite here. This was just what he saw. There would be more possibilities if he didn't see them. The energy problem of the super-large kryptonite mine was not a problem due to the uniqueness of the dimension fragment. David only needed to collect the perfect kryptonite soon. He also extinguished the idea of mining the 3 super-large kryptonite mines. Previously, he had planned to set up a server here and install an AI system to control robots to mine the 3 super-large kryptonite mines. However, in David's eyes, these top-grade kryptonite could become perfect kryptonite. He had many ways to get top-grade kryptonite, so there was no need to mine here. Perhaps after many years, the perfect krypton or production rate of this super-large krypton or mine would decrease, and he would be able to switch to the other 2 super-large krypton or mines to maintain the perfect krypton or production rate. Chapter 840. After exiting the super-large krypton mine, David summoned his shadow attendant. While he had been in space, he had mentally searched through his spoils, but he hadn't found any records regarding Lord Marcus' terrifying attack. In fact, he hadn't even found any records regarding it. Generally speaking, it was possible that Lord Marcus' terrifying combat ability was an innate ability of his, and not a legacy of the Baruch clan. As for Lord Marcus' unique innate ability, it was his trump card. Naturally, there wouldn't be any records regarding it. David wanted to check the knowledge orbs he had acquired. He wanted to see if there were any related knowledge orbs he had acquired from Lord Marcus. With a thought, the shadow attendant listed out the knowledge orbs he had acquired. There were quite a few knowledge orbs. Anyone who could appear in the Baruch clan's castle, regardless of whether they were knights or commoners, had their own unique abilities. The vast majority of the knowledge and legacies of the great world of God were passed down amongst the nobles. The top nobles, however, had even more detailed legacies. David casually scanned the knowledge orbs and discovered that there were Grandmaster-level knowledge orbs for cooking, drawing, and sculpting. Aside from the Grandmaster-level knowledge orb for drawing, he already had all the other Grandmaster-level knowledge orbs. However, when he was free, he could absorb them to supplement his knowledge. Naturally, David wouldn't choose these knowledge orbs. His goal was the unique innate ability orbs. Currently, only the innate knowledge light ball was of the greatest use to him. For example, the bloodline power purification that he had previously obtained had directly increased his cultivation speed by a large margin. In the end, David separated out 4 innate ability orbs from the pile of knowledge orbs. After seeing the information on the 4 innate ability orbs, his joy decreased by half. This was because of the fact that of the 4 innate ability orbs, 3 of them were the same. They all had the innate ability, lacerate, while the other had the innate ability, explode. David was rather puzzled. Why was it that of the 5 Temple Knights of the Baruch clan, 3 of them had the innate ability of lacerate, while the other knight, Lord Marcus, seemed to have an innate ability similar to the innate ability of lacerate? In truth, this had something to do with the bloodline of a top-tier noble clan. The Baruch clan's bloodline was the mountain giant bloodline. Those who possessed this bloodline had a certain chance of having the innate ability of lacerate. Naturally, the probability of this happening was extremely low. In every generation of the Baruch clan, only a few would be able to acquire the innate ability of lacerate. A knight with the talent of lacerate would be born with a higher bloodline density than an ordinary clansman. Naturally, a knight's talent would also be far superior to others. In particular, the innate ability, lacerate, could not only be used in battle, but also had the effect of breaking through the shackles of a sky knight of the 4th rank. In every generation of Temple Knight of the 5th rank, the innate ability, lacerate, was a great one. Actually, it wasn't just the Baruch clan. Many of the top-tier noble clans were like this. The more powerful a clan was, the more powerful its bloodline would be. The more powerful the bloodline, the more powerful the knight's training speed and combat power would far surpass that of other knights. This, in turn, led to the clan becoming more powerful. This was a virtuous cycle. David hadn't yet come into contact with the core members of the top-tier noble clans. Naturally, he didn't know much about this. After thinking for a moment, he decided to first absorb the lacerate knowledge sphere. Although David didn't know that top-tier noble clans often gave birth to people with special innate abilities, based on the fact that 3 of the 5 Temple Knights of the Baruch clan possessed the innate ability of lacerate, he could guess that this innate ability of lacerate had to have something to do with one's bloodline. He didn't know if he would be able to master this unique ability that relied on his clan's bloodline. Thus, he decided to first experiment with more lacerate knowledge spheres. Actually, David was quite confident. Just by looking at how the lacerate knowledge sphere and the explode knowledge sphere hadn't indicated that they couldn't be fused, he guessed that there was a high chance that he would be able to master it. With but a thought, the shadow attendant moved the lacerate knowledge sphere into David's body. The lacerate knowledge sphere flew into David's spiritual space, and within his spiritual space, it flew straight to the soul fortress, transforming into a complicated pattern. David's spiritual sense touched this newly formed pattern, and from within the pattern, he was able to sense some information. This was a lacerate pattern. It originated from the racial innate ability of the mountain giants, and existed within their bloodline. The innate ability of lacerate didn't have much of an effect on non-living creatures, because even someone as powerful as a knight of the 5th rank could cause enormous damage to non-living creatures with a single blow. The innate ability of lacerate didn't have much of an effect on non-living creatures. But the most terrifying aspect of the innate ability of lacerate was its effect on living creatures. After activating the innate ability of lacerate, so long as the target's defense was broken through, then the wound would not only be corroded by the bloodline energy, but it would also be inflicted with a lacerate state, making it impossible for the wound to heal. The wound wouldn't heal until the lacerate state wore off. Even if the bloodline energy was expelled and the best healing medicines were used, the wound wouldn't heal under the lacerate state. If it was an ordinary wound, it wouldn't be so bad. But if it was a wound in an important area, once the lacerate state appeared, the result would be a slow death. The lacerate state would last for at least a day. For example, the lacerate innate ability of a knight of the 5th rank could cause the lacerate state to last for more than 10 days. If a person's abdomen was cut open, although the wound would be very serious, as long as one had top-grade healing medicines, it could still be healed. But if the wound couldn't heal within 10 days, then the loss of life force during those 10 days would be unbearable. Not even 10 days. In just 2 or 3 days, no matter how strong one's body was, it wouldn't be able to hold on. But of course, the lacerate state could also be dispelled through the innate ability of lacerate. In other words, after the lacerate state had been inflicted on an important area of the body, one's life would be in the hands of the Baruch clan. David was quite satisfied with this ability. The main thing was that this sort of offensive ability could be used by the 11 Temple Knights of the 5th rank. The prerequisite was that he had to actively control the Knight of the 5th rank in order to activate the lacerate innate ability of the lacerate innate ability. David turned his gaze to the explode sphere of knowledge. This was the innate ability of Lord Marcus. Based on the name of the innate ability, it was very likely that this was the same innate ability which Lord Marcus had used to shatter Baruch's castle into pieces with one blow. He mentally ordered the shadow attendant, and the shadow attendant moved the explode sphere of knowledge into his body. The explode sphere of knowledge flew into David's spiritual space, transforming into a pattern as well. This was an explode pattern. Only, this explode pattern was different from the lacerate pattern. The lacerate pattern could be used at any time, and wouldn't use up any of the energy within the lacerate pattern. But the explode pattern could only be used once, and it would use up all of the energy within the explode pattern. The next time it was used, it would have to wait for the energy within the explode pattern to be fully replenished. The innate ability of explode allowed one to detonate the energy within one's body, and thus gain twice the power of one's own energy, allowing one to attack indiscriminately in all directions. David thought back to that day when Lord Marcus had launched that attack. He had detonated 3 swords formed from his bloodline energy, thus gaining twice the power of his own bloodline energy of the 5th rank, allowing him to attack indiscriminately in all directions. No wonder that day, just 3 swords formed from his bloodline energy had been so terrifyingly powerful. It must be understood that Lord Marcus himself was a veteran expert amongst knights of the 5th rank. The power of his bloodline energy was far greater than that of an ordinary knight of the 5th rank. If he had doubled the power of his bloodline energy, most likely, a knight of the 5th rank would have been heavily injured or even killed. At that time, there was a reason why Lord Marcus hadn't attacked those 6 knights of the 5th rank. Instead, he had chosen to attack where he believed Duke Arthur to be hiding. If such an attack had been launched against those 6 knights of the 5th rank, they would have been in a knight formation. Even if the attack had been effective, it would have been much less effective. But at that time, Lord Marcus' main goal had been to kill Duke Arthur. Not only because of the enmity between Duke Arthur and the Baruch clan, but also because Duke Arthur had taken away the spatial fragment of the Baruch clan. To tell the truth, David was somewhat disappointed by his innate ability, Burst. This wasn't to say that the innate ability, Burst, wasn't powerful. In fact, it was terrifyingly powerful. But the innate ability, Burst, didn't have much of an effect on him right now. David's greatest strength wasn't his bloodline energy, but his physical strength. He had the strength of a knight of the 5th rank, but his bloodline energy was still at the level of a sky knight of the 4th rank. Even if the innate ability, Burst, doubled the power of his bloodline energy, his bloodline energy still wouldn't be able to injure a knight of the 5th rank. But against a sky knight of the 4th rank, he didn't even need to use his bloodline energy. He could use his physical strength to crush him. However, the innate ability, Burst, would still be useful to him in the future. After he became a knight of the 5th rank, the innate ability, Burst, would allow him to directly threaten a knight of the 5th rank. David didn't bother with the other balls of knowledge. He would deal with them later. He left the spatial fragment through the portal in the middle of the small continent and appeared in the secret room. He only took 11 of the 5th rank knights of the 5th rank, and 33 of the 4th rank sky knights were left in the large spirit gathering array of the spatial fragment. The only task of those sky knights was to train. With 33 of the 4th rank sky knights training, David could guarantee that his training speed would be 35 times that of a normal Sky Knight even if he didn't train himself. Coupled with sufficient resources, as well as the strengthening effect of the super large spirit gathering formation, this speed would be even faster. As for the 11 of the 5th rank Knight of the 5th rank, he had to bring them with him at all times. This was to ensure his safety, especially now that he had a conflict with Chairman Abe's alliance of top nobles. After leaving the mountain, David went to the interior of another mountain. That was where the AI system was located. First, he used his underground move talent ability to expand the cave. The original size was not enough to fit the new super server. After expanding the space, David drew ancient isolation patterns on the walls, as well as patterns to maintain temperature and humidity. This was to make it easier for the super server to operate normally. After everything was done, he took out the components one by one and began to assemble the super server. The 5th rank spirit allowed David to remove the need to install the components by hand. He only needed to use his spirit to grab the components of the super server. With 96 soul avatars, he could accurately control multiple components of the super server at the same time. The super server, with an area of more than 100 square meters and a height of 4 meters, was assembled. David turned on the super server and connected it to the small server from before. The AI system was transferred to this super server. David entered the information of the 20 production lines into the super server. These were his spoils of war from the Interstellar Federation. The 20 exoskeleton armor production lines were the military's standard exoskeleton armor production lines. Even in the Interstellar Federation, they were military-controlled goods. Without the relevant qualifications, companies could not even come into contact with them. Of course, if the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines were to produce exoskeleton armor, it would be useless to David. What he needed to do now was to change the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines into 20 robot production lines that used the military's exoskeleton armor technology. With the super server, David did not need to modify it personally. The AI system would use its own large amount of knowledge and the computing power of the super server to design the best solution. What David needed to do now was to find a suitable place to set up the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines. This time, he did not create an underground space. Instead, he chose to use the AI system to command the construction robots to build a standardized factory. The 20 exoskeleton armor production lines were not important enough for him to hide. Due to the super server, the AI system's processing power was greatly enhanced. Although most of its computing power was used to modify the production lines, it was still able to command a large number of construction robots to complete the tasks given by David. After the factory was built in only 6 hours, David put down the 20 exoskeleton armor production lines. He did not ask any more questions and returned to the space fragment to train. In just a few days, enhanced robots came out of the new robot factory on planet Gamma. The super server allowed the AI system to control more robots. The desertification transformation of the 3rd continent sped up. The 4th and 5th continents also had robots working on the desertification transformation project at the same time. At the same time, more mining robots were exploring the sea. The mining robots sped up the mining speed. The construction of the entire planet Gamma seemed to have sped up. Chapter 841. In the following days, David didn't leave planet Gamma. He stayed in the space fragment for a long time and cultivated in a saturated state every day. This didn't mean that he didn't plan to continue his revenge. He was just waiting for an opportunity. Every day, Butler Dickens would send new information. David also placed the Lord's contact circle outside the space fragment so that he could receive information from the main family. The space inside the space fragment was obviously not in the same space as the great world of God. Even the Lord's contact circle couldn't receive news from the great world of God. David sat on an exquisite wooden chair. While checking the latest information, he used the Bloodline Power Purification talent to absorb the Bloodline power of the Level 4 Sky Knight in front of him. He absorbed the Bloodline power of the Level 4 Sky Knight once a day. The Bloodline power produced by 33 Level 4 Sky Knights made his cultivation speed increase rapidly. This feeling of rapid increase in strength was also the reason why David didn't immediately go for revenge. He even had a feeling of being lost in the rapid increase in strength and wanted to continue like this. Anyway, Planet Gammy was managed by an intelligent system. The rest of the industries were managed very well by Butler Dickens. Everything seemed to be on the right track. The Shadow Pterosaur flew happily in the sky. From time to time, it would suddenly disappear and reappear 100 meters away. After David purified the Bloodline power of the last Level 4 Sky Knight through the Bloodline power purification pattern, the Level 4 Sky Knight went to the side and continued to cultivate. David rose into the air and the Shadow Pterosaur disappeared in the air at the same time. When it reappeared, it was already under him and carrying him. Although the body of the Shadow Pterosaur was only the size of a small horse, its wings were very wide and could barely carry David's weight. Today was also the first time David tried riding the Shadow Pterosaur. He was a little excited. The Shadow Pterosaur was a mount used by the divine servants of the ancient gods. From this point, one could see the strength of the Shadow Pterosaur. Just as he sat on the back of the Shadow Pterosaur, a surge of energy gushed out from the Shadow Pterosaur and enveloped him. Through the Shadow Attendant's eyes, David saw the Shadow Pterosaur and himself disappear in the air. This was the invisibility ability of the Shadow Pterosaur. Before this, he was only guessing whether or not the Shadow Pterosaur could enter the invisibility state with him, but now he was sure. David felt a little strange. He was brought into a special space by the Shadow Pterosaur. It was like there was a transparent glass between this space and the real world. Furthermore, the glass was a one-way glass. One could only see the outside from the inside and not the inside from the outside. There was no air in this space. After the Shadow Pterosaur entered this space, it absorbed the energy of this space and stopped breathing. Fortunately, with David's strength, he didn't need to breathe. He could survive just by relying on the energy in his body. He didn't have to worry about not being able to survive for long in this space due to environmental issues. The weirder this space was, the more David understood the horror of the Shadow Pterosaur's invisibility ability. This invisibility ability had the same effect as the Shadow Attendant's invisibility, but the space in which the two were in was different. Of course, in this space, David couldn't attack the target. He only relied on the Shadow Pterosaur to enter this space, and he didn't control the space ability himself. Therefore, he couldn't easily control the weapon in his hand to appear in the real world like the Shadow Attendant, but he was still in a special space. David and the Shadow Pterosaur were connected in their minds. He appeared in the real world from the special space and lifted the invisibility state. As soon as he appeared, the energy wrapped around David was transformed into space energy. Under the control of the Shadow Pterosaur, the move in a flash talent ability was activated. The Shadow Pterosaur took David and appeared 100 meters away. Although the move in a flash this time didn't appear at the exact location David wanted, as long as he practiced many times and became familiar with the move in a flash talent ability of the Shadow Pterosaur, he would be able to do it accurately. The move in a flash talent ability was very useful in battle. It allowed him to get close at any time and leave the battlefield at any time. Currently, the move in a flash talent ability of the Shadow Pterosaur was only 100 meters away, but this distance would continue to increase as the Shadow Pterosaur grew. After practicing for a while, David felt that the shadow pterosaur was tired. In the end, the shadow pterosaur was still young, but the shadow pterosaur was very excited. David ordered the shadow pterosaur to use the move in a flash talent ability to accurately appear on the ground. He took out the level 3 strengthened meat and fed it to the shadow pterosaur to praise its performance just now. After finishing the shadow pterosaur's training, he put away the 11 level 5 temple knight, took the shadow pterosaur, and returned to planet Gammy through the portal. As soon as he returned to the cave, he saw the Lord's communication circle flashing. The energy waves were constantly spreading around, reminding the Master that someone was requesting to contact. Master, the mansion in Bama Main City was attacked. As soon as the communication circle connected, the anxious voice of Butler Dickens came through. Are there any casualties? Are Butler Jason and Knight Andrew okay? When David heard Butler Dickens, his heart couldn't help but tighten as he quickly asked. Butler Jason just happened to be out on some business, so he's not in the mansion, but… Butler Dickens stopped speaking. David's heart sank. He recently offended the top nobles. Even if the top nobles casually sent out a knight, they could still kill everyone in Bama Main City's mansion number 35. They wouldn't even have the power to resist. Immediately bring Butler Jason to planet Gammy. David ordered in a deep voice. Then he changed his mind and said, Don't go back to planet Gammy first. Butler Jason will hide first. You also pay attention to your safety. To be honest, David didn't expect the top nobles to attack the mansion. Other than Butler Jason and Knight Andrew, there was only Lady Euphemia and the mansion's original butler, Albin, who he invited to the family. The other party's behavior was crossing the line. If they could casually attack subsidiary properties, then the battle between the nobles would be out of control. Although David had killed the entire noble family before, that was only after killing the powerhouses of the noble family first. Then he would slaughter the rest of the members and take away the corresponding spoils of war. In the war between the nobles, if both sides had level 5 combat power, then unless the level 5 combat power was eliminated, they couldn't take the initiative to target the lower level combat power. If the consequences of this were to escalate the war, both sides could attack all the people and properties of the other side. Even if one side won the war in the end, there would be no real winner. David was going to bring Butler Jason back to planet Gammy, but planet Gammy was not safe. The planetary portal was not open, but it didn't mean that the enemy couldn't enter in other ways. From the nearest planet, using a starship, it would only take 2 days of travel. David disconnected the communication circle. He used his underground sneak talent ability to leave the secret room and went directly to the planetary portal. He stepped in, and when he reappeared, he was already in the main city of Bama Star. Ignoring the gazes around, David rose into the air and flew in the direction of the mansion. In the sky, 2 level 4 sky knights saw him and seemed to recognize him. They didn't go forward to stop him, but quickly contacted their boss. David had the title of Duke, so he could fly in the main city of Bama Star. Not to mention, he also had the status of a probationary counselor. When he arrived at the top of mansion number 35, he saw that there were already 2 law enforcement night guards outside. David landed in front of the mansion. In front of the door were the bodies of 2 servants. The blood from their mouths and noses stained the ground red. Greetings to the Honorable Duke Arthur. The law enforcement knight bowed. Duke Arthur was a famous person in Bama Star. He was also an important person that the law enforcement team paid special attention to. The law enforcement knight naturally knew him. The crowd of onlookers near the mansion's gate had mixed emotions. They didn't show any sympathy. Instead, most of them were gloating. David coldly glanced at these people. When he looked over, these people's faces instantly showed sympathy. David didn't care about these people. He was about to enter the mansion when a law enforcement knight stopped him. Duke Arthur, there is no investigation inside. If you go in like this, you will destroy the scene and affect the case. The law enforcement knight said respectfully. I'll tell the law enforcement team that there is a noble with a motive. Do you dare to investigate? Admit defeat, David said in a deep voice. The reason why David rushed over in the first place was that he didn't believe in the law enforcement team's investigation. Perhaps the law enforcement team would ask the Noble Affairs Office for help when there was no other way. However, it might involve the top nobles. These authorities would be useless. Intimidated by David's aura, the law enforcement knight stepped aside and walked into the mansion. The servants here died for the same reason as the servants at the door. They were all crushed to death by a powerful aura. The servants were ordinary people. In the face of a knight, not to mention resisting, just the aura of a knight was enough to kill them. The two law enforcers who were investigating the scene saw David and quickly bowed to him. David nodded slightly and didn't care about the results of the investigation. He saw the body of Andrew Knight. Andrew Knight was the only one killed by a weapon. David walked to the body of Andrew Knight. His face was gloomy. He remembered that when he first came to the great world of God, it was Andrew Knight who accompanied him. This loyal knight, although not very talented, did everything he could do. He didn't leave the ruined Luce family. When David took over the Luce family, Knight Andrew's training resources were not enough. But now, Andrew Knight's body was right in front of him. Behind Andrew Knight was Lady Euphemia, the etiquette teacher invited by David. At this time, all signs of life were gone. It could be seen that Andrew Knight was protecting Lady Euphemia. He fulfilled his duty as a knight and protected her until the last moment. David's anger had never been so strong. Even when he was attacked, he was not as angry as he was at this moment. He summoned Little White from the summoning ring. Little White seemed to have sensed his anger and didn't show any other expression. It listened to his order and searched for an abnormal presence. Soon, Little White locked onto a presence. It turned to David's wrist and guided David out of the villa. Just as David walked out of the villa, Minister of Public Security Fraser and Head of Law Enforcers Clarence came to the villa at the same time and met him face to face. Duke Arthur, I'm very sorry. We didn't do a good job in public security and brought you losses. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence bowed to David and apologized. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence, please wait a moment. David waved his hand and said. He looked at the crowd and locked his eyes on a level 4 Sky Knight that he had never seen before. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence's face changed. Although Duke Arthur was honorable, he shouldn't be so rude. How dare you kill someone in my villa and stay here to watch the aftermath? David said coldly. He exerted force on his feet and his figure turned into a shadow. The level 4 Sky Knight knew that he had been exposed when he was stared at by David. However, he wasn't worried because there was no evidence. This was Planet Bama. Even a duke couldn't do anything to him. So when David appeared in front of him, he didn't fight back. He just pretended to be innocent. David didn't have any scruples. He grabbed his shoulder with one hand and unleashed his bloodline power. He completely sealed his bloodline power and left his bloodline power in the joints of his body. It was this action that made the level 4 Sky Knight lose his ability to move. Duke Arthur, you attacked me without any evidence. I'm Johnny from the Mather family. I want to sue you to the Supreme Council. The level 4 Sky Knight Johnny didn't think that David would be so decisive. In an instant, he controlled him, and he shouted loudly. Very well, Mather family. I'll remember that. David said faintly with a sinister smile. The surrounding people could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent. Ordinary people felt chills all over their bodies, and their bodies became stiff. Even the low-level knights felt like they were facing a fatal threat. They continuously retreated until they were more than 10 meters away before calming down. Duke Arthur, do you have any evidence to prove that Johnny Sky Knight is the murderer? Head of Law Enforcers Clarence stepped forward and asked David. Head of Law Enforcers Clarence didn't want to stand up, but David subdued Johnny Sky Knight in front of him. He had no choice but to stand up. He was the person in charge of the law enforcers. If he didn't stand up now, the law enforcers wouldn't be able to enforce the law on planet Bama in the future. Of course, Head of Law Enforcers Clarence was more shocked by Duke Arthur's strength. A level 4 Sky Knight lost his ability to fight in an instant. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.